with honor as my guide. Rage of summer and a dragon's bite in the doors of power and the Lord of Light. Marching through the battlefields with fearless pride, across the seas where the legends never hide. Storm clouds gathered, but my heart never bends with my speed. I'm the knight in armor, sword swinging by, riding through the mist with honor as my guide. Rage of summer and a dragon's bite in the doors of power and the Lord of Light. Marching through the battlefields with fearless pride, across the seas where the legends never hide. Storm clouds gather, but my heart never bends with my speed. I'm the knight in armor, sword swinging by, riding through the mist with honor as my guide. Rage of summer and a dragon's bite in the doors of power and the Lord of Light. Marching through the battlefields with fearless pride.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Um, Hi, James. Hi, Callie. Okay, let's see. No, I am nowhere near the fire area. I am like states apart from Callie. So, and because for that fire to get over, it would have to hop over Nevada just to get to here. But I'm like way in the east of of uh of where I live, so it would be mathematically impossible for that fire to get here. But I hope everybody over there in Cali is a-okay. If you have to evacuate, do it. Do it, because I know finances and everything. Your life is more fucking important than the house. I mean, the house is, if you have fire insurance and everything, you should be fine. But your life is important. We can consolidate the damages later and everything. Right now, your life is very important. So to the people who are in the affected area, I highly advise you to like gather up like what you need, like a phone, radio, some clothes that you can wear for a couple days, um, like a little breakfast cooker or something. And I highly suggest, if you live near an area where you could get lodging and everything, like a hotel stay or something, I highly advise that too. Also, if you have pets and everything, make sure that they're properly taken care of and everything. And but that's just my advice, because I care about you guys. I care about everybody that's watching right now. I care about you guys. However, if you are not in the area, oh good, Phil is okay. Okay. Okay, Phil's okay. Alrighty. I'm glad Phil's doing good. Um mhm. Yep. but I'm glad that everybody is a okay. Hmm. But I'm glad that you were okay, California Ford. I'm glad that you and your son are okay. I know, but your health and well-being is far more important. It's far more important. I know you're angry and everything, and rightfully so. You have every right to be angry, no denying that. But when you really have to consider, I'd rather you guys be okay than burning or anything. So I'd rather you guys be okay. Oh Jesus! Well, yeah, they're still dealing with that. The fact that hasn't been helped, that hasn't been settled yet, is alarming. Um. Anyway, with the pleasantries and the assurances out of the way, um. Oh boy, we have a lot to talk about. We have a lot to talk about. Lots and lots and lots and lots to talk about. So, hey Tom, I hope all of you are okay though. Those in California, my heart goes out to you. Um, I hope you guys are okay. Callie, if you see Phil, if you let Phil know that I send my regards and everything. Um, so we're gonna be talking about anyway. Let's do the show. Let's get it going and everything. First, we're gonna pop into some gaming news. Oh yeah, yeah. Um, well, that's good. I'm glad you're doing good, Tom. I'm glad you were doing good. Um, let's see. So, uh, oh, I agree. I told him if you have to evacuate, evacuate. Oh no. Um, with that said, uh, I really hope I really hope that you get that everybody's a-okay though. Like all of our other friends and everything. Um um oh boy. On whose authority? I mean, I'm for evacuating to the nearest like city, but hey, Sailor Outlaw George, I hope you are having a wonderful day. Um, I know. I saw his community tab. Ah, there's the Streamlabs bot. There's the bot. Um, let's see. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that everybody's having. I'm glad that all of you were. Yeah, which in turn caused Phil to cancel his stream because of the fire as well. Um, with that said, with that said, I am glad that all of you are okay and are having a goodish day. Callie, I feel bad for you. Honestly, I do. But I advise you to find the nearest find the nearest relative that you can, like whoever's closest to you, and just go there. Just go there for the time being. If you have, yeah, that's another thing. If you have relatives, I know how we all feel about our relatives and everything, but technically, I mean, they are still family. I'm pretty sure they would still let you stay for now until the fire subsides. Um, I really, really, really suggest people go find like a shelter, something. Oh, what's up, Trump Tuber? Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good. With that being said, keep me posted, guys, on what's going on as we continue the show. Um, we have a lot to talk about in the world of gaming and anime, but a lot is going on. Like a lot's going on. I'm trying to keep up with the news as best as I humanly can. Uh, ugh. So nice. Jobless Reincarnation's a good anime. Uh Well, I do agree with you on that one, James. I just you just give James his coffee and cigarettes, and he's a happy camper. Um. Oh God. Wow. What the hell are they doing out there? We all care, Callie. We all care. We're glad that you are here. Sadly, that is very very true. But I am glad that you're okay. That you and your son are okay. I'm glad that Phil is okay. I'm glad that my friends are okay. That's all I really care about is you guys being okay. No, 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 you're complete. No, 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 you're completely. No, no, you're completely fine, Callie. You're completely fine. I appreciate the updates, guys. I appreciate the updates and all of that. I figured I was going to hear something tonight as I went live and everything. So I appreciate the um up to speed and everything. I appreciate that. So it's not derailing the stream or anything because this is just as important. So um but we send all of our love and regard to you, Callie. So you're a smart woman. I'm sure you will figure something out, but please, I I don't know how you are financially right now. I don't want to get in it. I don't want to ask. I'm not gonna ask her, hey, how much money do you have? Because that's your business. So I won't pry into that. However, I advise finding the nearest like hotel or something that's away from the fire. Find something a little away from the fire, and like a Motel 6, they're good people. The health like the Hilton, I think the Hilton or wait, there's Motel 6. Um I know there's a Motel 6. The rates are really good. They have good rates every now and then. So and it's after the holidays too. Um hmm, Interesting. Um Holy, hey guys, I gotta show this. A friend of mine just sent me this. Oh, that's Cali right now. That's ouch. Well, I really really hope they have insurance. I really hope they do. Yeah, James is not wrong. James is not wrong about that. He's not wrong. There are mobile homes. There are some places here as well. Um, but it's up to you, Callie, on what you want to do. Like whatever you do will whatever you want to do, Callie, we fully understand. But man, this is wild though. Holy crap. Mm, Hold on. Mhm. I wish I could uh yeah, we do.
Must I break it down for you? Yes, break it down. It would be criminal if you didn't. Must I break it?
Interesting. As it stands, as it stands. Oh, Callie, don't do that. We want to hear from you. We need to hear from you and make sure you're okay. We need you. Callie, we care about you. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. What what matters is that you're here. You and your son are here and alive. That's all I really care about. That is all I really care about as of this moment. I'm glad that you're okay. I know the fire sucks and everything, but your health really does your health really does matter, you know. It does. There's a lot of us here who appreciate you and want you to be okay. I don't I can't speak for Phil or Bacon or Sunflower or our friends. I cannot speak for them, but I know for a fact they care as well. But again, I can't speak for them. Oh yeah, yeah, your pets. Yes. Is your pet okay? Okay, good, good, good. At least the dog's okay. Yeah, the dog's okay. Good, 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 good. Yeah, I agree. Um, oh boy. Yeah, give me a moment, guys. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay, just need to share this with a few people. Oh boy, I'm sorry guys. I am so okay. Whoa, okay, the chat very exploded. So tomorrow you're going. Okay, at least the job survived, so that's good. That's good. That's good. Guys, please stop. Please stop fighting. Stop fighting right now. I get tensions are high, but let's keep it to a minimum, guys. Kermit, god damn it, will you guys stop? Jesus Christ. This is not the time to bicker right now. Callie, Kermit, enough. Enough bickering. Or I will throw both of you out right now. Callie, thank you. Hey, Phil, I'm glad that you're okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to quell the argument between Kermit and Callie right now. Again, sorry for being a bit it's just I don't like it when people fight back and forth. It's not fun. No, I won't throw you. I won't throw you guys out. I won't. You're good. You're good. But yeah, I'm glad you're okay, Phil. I'm glad you're a-okay as well. Um, Apologies, Callie. I am so sorry. I, but Kermit really, but Kermit, oh dear. I know. I know. I know. Anyway, let's get into some news. Oh no. Oh boy, this is gonna be really crazy right now. I I know, but knock it off. I could tolerate minimum bickering, but now is really not the time for this. Because Callie needs a lot of positivity right now. Given well, both her, Phil, and everybody in Callie needs some positivity. No, my state's fine. My state's completely fine. I'm fine over here. Oh, I heard about that. The winds were picked up over here as well. I nearly got blown out of the when I got out of the truck this morning to go into my job. Man. I know, Kermit. I know. But still, any other time I wouldn't have cared. Any other time I wouldn't have cared. But but for real though, for real, please let's keep it minimum. I hope you're gonna be able Okay, okay. I'm just stepping in. I'm just stepping in as the host and everything to quell this whole thing. I hope you guys understand here. I'm mhm. No, 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 not my state. It's Cali. It's where Cali and Bit and Phil and a few other of our friends live. Um, but I'm happy to hear that Big Angry Phil that Phil and Cali are okay because I was worried. Yeah, it did some big damage. The winds here were like crazy over here, and my boss is like, "Why are the winds so crazy?" And I'm like, "I have no idea." Yeah, we're completely fine. I haven't heard from all of our other friends. I hope they're okay. Oh shit. Mm, um. Yep. Anyway, oh boy. Hmm. I'm at a loss for words. I can't even start the game news. I can't even start it because of what's happening and everything. Oh, don't worry about me. I'm completely fine. I'm completely fine. I live it would take oh dear God. But like I mentioned, Fire Devil, I'm like literally 2 states over from California. So I'm completely fine. Anyway. Oh, that's good. Well, good on your part, Phil, but I hope the others are okay. I hope everybody made it out okay. Uh, yeah, I'm fine. Hey, Wildman, what's up, buddy? All right. Oh, wow. I'm seconding that question too. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Wow, man, where are you? You're in. Are you safe out there, buddy? Are you gonna be? Are you okay out there? I'm just making a head count of like making sure everybody is okay. To those who are affected, to make sure they're okay. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong there, Phil. You ain't wrong there. Yep. Um, sorry for being. I'm so scatterbrained right now. It's not even funny. Okay, good. Yeah, I agree. No, no, no. It's okay, Phil. It's okay. It's already been. I I'm just relieved that that you and Callie and everybody else is okay. Um, yeah, I'm okay. No, I'm just catching up with chat. Hey, DJ Ronnie G. Actually, she had to evacuate. Uh, DJ Ronnie G, are you okay out there too, buddy? I can't remember exactly where you are based at, so I'm doing a head count to make sure everybody's okay. Alrighty. Well, um, by the way, by the way, there you go. See, this is what we need. Okay, okay. I'm just making the head count of where everybody is, so that way we know what's going on. Phil and Callie are both established. Or I know where they're at, so at least they're safe and everything. So that's established. Oh boy, I'm so fucking angry at that fire chief. I'm so fucking angry at her. Hey, Shiny, what's up, buddy? Okay, New York's. Oh, okay, okay. You're good. You're good. Okay. Um, but yeah, it's a matter of helping each other out as much as we can. It's what we do. Um, But we're here for you, Callie. We're here for you if you need to talk or anything, okay? But we're glad that you're okay and safe. Okay. Okay, well, man, so you're in I forgot you're based in Texas. Sorry, I'm just doing okay. Anyway, shall we get started with the gaming news to lighten the mood up a little bit? Cause oh my god. Huh, I was wondering about that. So um tell you what, why don't we start off with okay, yeah, yeah. Uh yes, okay, okay. I mean, I'm just trying to get I am so sorry, guys. I'm trying to gather myself up here. I apologize. So, let's start off with something to report. Apparently, Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League continues to cause pain for Warner Bros. As developer Rocksteady sees another round of layoffs. In adding another notch to its metaphorical casualty count, the recent throwing in of the towel by the ill-fated Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League has resulted in yet another round of job cuts for the live service disaster developer Rocksteady Studios. This news, curiously enough, was not publicly announced by either the studio themselves or their parent company Warner Brothers Games, but rather by Eurogamer editor-in-chief Tom Phillips, sorry for the burp, who learned of their staff shakeup directly from a half dozen of staff impacted by the redundancies. Though it is currently unknown just how many staff members have been let go, the insiders who spoke to Phillips informed that the roles impacted include members of Rocksteady's programming and artist teams, as well as more QA staff. As noted above, this is far from the first instance of layoffs to be undertaken in the wake of Task Force X mission failure. In September 2024, the studio of Sensibility, realizing that their game truly had no hope of finding a second win with players, Phillips learned that Rocksteady cut their QA department in half, reducing its roster from 33 to 14 members. With poor sales of Suicide Squad directly cited as reason for its restructuring. From there, December 2024 saw developer Rocksteady Studios inform players that the following upcoming conclusion of the game's Season 4 and additional Deathstroke to their titular team's playable roster, they would no longer be producing any new Suicide Squad content. So, As a result of this, Warner Brothers Games would subsequently cut 99 employees from their Montreal studio, which has been using their previous experience working on their own DC live service like Gotham Knights to provide support to Rocksteady and Suicide Squad. Representing roughly a third of the satellite office's total staff and primarily affecting its QA team, one now former employee who spoke to Stephanie Dubas of the French language Canadian news outlet Radio Canada cited that the fact that the game was in development for so long and launched with a lot of problems as a reason for the layoffs. Players were disappointed. WGameB should have pulled the plug on the game. So, with all that, this is nothing new, but it's a continuation of what started last year. Because last year, around this time, is when we first started seeing some of the layoffs and everything. To be quite frank, I mean, what happened, and also there's a lot of factors, because we stated this many times. There are a lot of factors to the layoffs and everything, and this is particularly what I just read. It's particularly the many causes of that. But with that said, uh-oh. But hedgehogs on motorcycles. Anyway, with that said, this is just another casualty to the ongoing layoffs in the gaming world. And quite honestly, I feel bad that, because I feel bad honestly, because there are some very talented people in the gaming in the gaming industry and everything. With that said, this is just another round, and we're seeing more layoffs happen by the daily. We thought it would be, we wonder when it would end and everything, but with Suicide Squad, the Justice League hitting the records that it did, like the low records, the backlash and everything, and of course the PR stunts that they pulled and everything, it did not help the game whatsoever. So, which also coincides with what's going on in the world of our games. And so, with that said, it's really sad when these layoffs do happen, because I'm pretty sad for the actual people that got affected by this whole thing, and Rocksteady fell from where it used to be. Because remember, I was playing Arkham Origins not that long ago. I finished that game. Let's see, today's Tuesday. I'm sorry, today's Wednesday. I finished that game last night, and we went from that to this in that span. And it's like, what the hell? So, and also in other news, U.S. Department of Defense officially designates League of Legends Path of Exile to parent company Tencent as one of many Chinese military companies operating within the country. In the latest escalation of geopolitical tensions between the two world superpowers, a routine investigation procedure conducted by the United States Department by DoD has resulted in the China-based entertainment conglomerate Tencent be officially identified as one of the many Chinese military companies currently operating on Uncle Sam's home turf. For those unfamiliar with or in need of a refresher regarding the overtly bureaucratic mechanics of the American government, to put in extremely succinct, rather than having free access to Uncle Sam's bank account, the country's military, under the general jurisdiction of the DoD, is instead given a yearly and variable operating budget as determined and approved by Congress. Prior to 1961, the entire process was handled solely by the respective appropriations committee of the government body's two chambers, the House and Senate, and prior to 1867, the original Finance Committee. However, in 1961, Congress began making use of the National Defense Authorization Act, thus respectively dividing up the duties of budget usage, determination, and funding between the Senate and the House individual armed services and appropriations committees. To this end, when it came to the NDAA for 2021, all 44 bodies approved the inclusion of a new measure as derived from an executive order from then-President Donald Trump barring American investments in China's war-fighting industry, requiring that the Secretary of Defense suspend the next 10 years, identifying each entity the Secretary determines based on the most recent information available is operating directly or indirectly in the United States or any of its territories and possessions. That is a Chinese military company, and provide an annual report on their findings. Oh. The term Chinese military company does not include natural persons, clarified Congress within the Act's text, and means an entity that is directly or indirectly owned, controlled, or beneficially owned by, or in an official or unofficial capacity acting as an agent of or on behalf of the People's Liberation Army or any other organization subordinate to the Central Military Commission of the Chinese Communist Party, or identified as a military civil fusion contributor to the Chinese Defense Industrial Base, and engaged in providing commercial services, manufacturing, producing, or exporting. Holy crap. Good grief, that was a lot to read. I am so sorry, everybody. That was a lot to read. But hey, you gotta learn. If you can't learn, then what can you do? So anyway, and it was in the Secretary's latest rounds of determinations as made publicly available on January 6th that Tencent Holdings Limited, perhaps most notable among this site's readership for their video game related holdings, which currently include full ownership over such entities as League of Legends developer Riot Games, who are fucking trash, by the way, and Path of Exile duology term team Grinding Gear Games, as well as a number of partial investments in such studios as Dark Souls series, Heralds from Software, and the failing Ubisoft, was confirmed to have received the military company label. Unfortunately for those curious, at current, the U.S. government has not disclosed just which aspects of the Chinese corporate giant's operations have drawn their suspicions, with the Secretary's official communique on the matter only containing a list of the infringing companies. For their part, Tencent has rejected the DoD findings, telling the press in a statement, our inclusion on this list is clearly a mistake. We are not a military company or supplier, they asserted. Unlike sanctions or export controls, this listing has no impact on our business. We will nevertheless work with the DoD to address any misunderstandings. Under the recently passed NDAA for 2024, starting in June 2026, the Department of Defense will no longer be allowed to directly purchase goods, services, or technology to provide a service that connects to the facilities of a third party, including backhaul, roaming, or interconnection arrangements from Chinese military companies, and will be banned from doing so indirectly the following year. Whether Tencent will manage to convince the U.S. government to remove them from said list before this ban takes effect remains to be seen. So it appears, yeah, there's just so many layers to dig upon this. And this is not new, people. This is not new, because remember, there was a certain company that was invested by the government and everything to push this propaganda. So you are not wrong there, James. You are not wrong. Yep. 10 cent. We were all correct to not trust 10 cent because of everything that's going on. But Jesus Christ. Let me see what else I could No, that's Epic Games. That's Epic Games. Riot Studios is the one that has Apex Legends, and there's also League of Legends too. And of course, the crappy bastard child that is Ubisoft. No, they really are bastards, though. I would, if I had the money right now, I would buy the rights to Rayman right now and give it to a company that can respect it. And yeah, they're owned by them. They are owned. They're owned by Tencent. No, you're good. It was just so much to read and everything. I'm pretty sure it went over a few people's heads. So, in more news, Kingdom Come Deliverance series director claims AAA studios are really terrified of internet critics like Asmongold and a critical drinker, two people I heard of and watched from time to time. When somebody starts to critique the game and the corporate world, it does have an impact. That's what we've been doing for the last 10 years, critiquing these people. And yet they go after us. Like these people will bully you. They'll do all sorts of things just to scare you into bowing to their wishes. According to Kingdom Come Deliverance duology director Dave Favara, contrary to what the overall industry would like the public to believe, the criticisms levied against both the video game industry and its current output by such large online critics as Asmongold or the Critical Drinker are having a definitive impact on multiple AAA developers. Well, that's good. That's good to know he's actually a cool person in real life, so I'm happy to hear that. An industry veteran who previously served as the lead writer on the first two Mafia games before going to co-found Warhurst Studios and created the aforementioned Czech history century action RPG series. Favara revealed this information during a long-form interview given to I can't even spell that name. I'm sorry, I cannot. I know that's well. I'm gonna get into a segment in a moment. Like I'm gonna get into a different type of segment, during this broadcast and everything of what games I'm looking forward to buy, and ones I recommend too. So be on the lookout for that one. Oh boy. In April of last year. Flying under the radar in English-speaking circles due to the fact that the discussion took place entirely in Czech, a video of his appearance was recently shared to the Reddit Asmongold community where it was picked up by the YouTuber and during one of his live streams. So he goes to say when somebody starts to critique the game, the corporate world does have an impact, and it's unsustainable how these corporations do it, considering that they've now made games that nobody wanted, and they even said it when those gamers started complaining that they didn't like it and they didn't want that kind of game. The developer, this is the problem. I know. Oh, I had a lot of fun, buddy. I had fun. I'm back to full health and everything, so I'm good. I got some sleep afterwards. Just ask Phil, ask anybody. They saw me close the stream and went to bed, so which I did. I was like really tired. Like I was so tired. Um so here's the problem that they don't want to admit, that these stupid developers don't want to admit. The developers start telling them that they were stupid and that it wasn't a game for them, which is completely bizarre that you're insulting your own customers. And they're still doing it. They're still insulting us. They're like, oh, this game's not made for you, or you're not the target audience. We want the modern audience. We want the modern audience that doesn't buy your shit. The modern audience doesn't exist. It's just a conglomerate of idiots who don't know what a video game is, don't know the story, the adaptations, the character development. They don't know what goes into it, everything. Forge, you are not entirely wrong there, but there are some of the games underneath some there's some of the there are some developers there are some good developers out there. Not all of them are bad, but I do understand where you are coming from. Uh, it's pretty. However, what is known as the Favard's comments about insulting your own customers is particularly spot on when it comes to the video game industry's current culture. In fact, many studios outright dismiss player feedback and anything other than the mindless optimism when it comes to discussing their next AAA multi-million-dollar project. Take, for example, the Firewalk Studio developer Sony published disaster that was Concord. Yeah, that $400 million disaster that is Concord. We will never shut up about that because it is one of the biggest blunders that they ever did, and they need to be painfully reminded of that because they didn't listen. They did not listen. Kept attacking, and doubling down on everything. This is what happens when you double down and become an idiot. Unbelievable. If the developers had taken early criticism to heart and responded accordingly, even if the game was still an overall failure, it wouldn't have gone down as one of the biggest laughing stocks in the video game history. Instead, Firewalk Studio not only plugged their ears to any and all negativity, but Concord's animator Xander Farrell also decided to attack potential consumers by calling them talentless freaks. As a result, the developer and its parent company were met with a mobiously bad time when the game launched in the summer of 2024 to mockery and little else. The failed game was shut down and refunds were granted just a few days after launch, with the phrase being concorded even becoming a new shorthand for the untimely shutdown of a live service game due to its rejection by players. Likewise, despite the hate tubers being vocal in their dislike of practically every aspect of Dragon Age Veilguard, from its character creation featuring a transgender top scar option to its ham-fisted interjection of contemporary socio-political topics like non-binary transitioning into a medieval fantasy story setting, to dumbing down of its gameplay and disregarding for the player's past character choices, BioWare held fast to their vision. Unfortunately for them, as now knows, the latest entry performed far below expectations, going on to establish itself as the fastest Dragon Age entry to Dragon Age following its release.
Fastest does not mean it's the most successful.
Exactly.
It was sold on BioWare's, we're going back to the roots. You have all the journalists saying that, like, there was articles out there saying it's a return to form for BioWare. You saw that everywhere. You may or may not like Ackman or Stuttering Craig, but I believe it was Stuttering Craig that reported on this, saying that, look, there was an old Microsoft employee that was back in the golden era of Microsoft with the 360. So she saw a lot of things going on behind the scenes on how to get the good press, the good word out the door. Some of it can be legitimate, but there are tactics like this. Like, what is the thing that you want on these articles? BioWare, return to form. And probably you had some hope with Dragon Age because it's Dragon Age. It's not Mass Effect. They screwed up Mass Effect. Maybe they'll learn the lesson with Dragon Age. When you don't see gameplay footage for a long time, they go dead silence and the usual suspects of revealing too much in the trailers. They changed the name from Dreadwolf to Veilguard, which is a weird thing. And they kind of just talk about the company, not the game, without showing anything. The red flags were there. And when they did show off gameplay, all I had to say was, wow. Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition were far, far better than this. Even Dragon Age 1, Origins, the best game in the series, and BioWare's best game, in my opinion, looked way better than what they were showing off in Veilguard. You can tell me that Veilguard sold faster, but strangely enough, in today's market, for some reason, 3 million units is still not enough. It's what the CEO of Larian said at the VGA Awards, that you can have the right talent, have the right team, and yet selling enough units on a budget that could have been all the way up there due to just growing and expanding over time, or corruption for the higher ups, and it will still not be enough to be like, it's not going to save the studio. And yet, what did we see by the journalists? They gave it 8s, they gave it 9s. I'm hoping someone didn't give it a 10, and it's like, it's a return to form. Even, I'm going to say this, you can't spell ignorant without IGN. That one reviewer decided to give it, it's an amazing game. They gave it a 9 out of 10, a glowing review. Look at his reaction right now. Everybody saw that video. We're like, excuse me? So you're saying Dragon Age Veilguard is close enough or to be as good as the same reviewer also gave Baldur's Gate 3 a 10 out of 10? So somebody was paid off. Clearly IGN was paid off. And yet, after Dragon Age the Veilguard failed, everybody backpedaled and saying that, maybe it wasn't a 9 out of 10. It was more like a 5 out of 10 or 6 out of 10. It's not that great. And everybody said, stop backpedaling. Because that's what it was. They were backpedaling. They were trying to make themselves look a little better. Like, look, we screwed up. The South Park, sorry, we're sorry about that. At this point in stage in gaming, we know most of these journalists do not look out for you, the consumer or gamers. They will just go with the flow of stuff. It was an article that had to be clicked out, but this is not how you return from Dragon Age, even as a Dragon Age fan. The animation was far better than this. Better story, better characters. It did go a bit too fast, but the animation was far better. And I'm also talking about the other animation stuff that we get. But Veilguard is not the Dragon Age that I once knew. It died with the original. Inquisition was a good return to form for the most part, but wow. Did no one care about Veilguard? The only thing we were talking about Veilguard was the characters, or how the story was lackluster, or how we kept saying, that's it for the story? Just a bunch of nothing burgers until the very end.
Yeah.
All that time for nothing. Also, can I just say that the whole graphics and visual they had for that game, I always kept looking at that. Why is this hurting my eyes? I kept saying that. Why is this hurting my eyes?
Did you have VSync on? Was it the VSync?
No, I didn't have VSync on, but even with YouTube compression, I'm looking at gameplay or the trailer itself. I'm like, why is this hurting my eyes? I'm like, I just kept looking at it. I'm like, this hurts my eyes. Like, if I was playing this, even on my nice 4K TV downstairs, it's all gaming. If anybody's wondering, it's a 4K OLED C1 series, so a very nice gaming TV downstairs. I would just look at that and be like, would this hurt my eyes? Like, it would hurt my eyes. I would say, no, I can't play this.
I don't know why either, but it's weird that happened. One great and recent example is Arrowhead Game Studios, the developer behind Helldivers 2. Despite being in the firm Japanese-American grip of the multi-billion-dollar Sony Interactive Entertainment, Arrowhead has proven themselves open to make changes based on fan feedback, having done so several times already, admittedly being one of Sony's top sellers in 2024, likely comes from its fair share of leverage. The lifespan of Helldivers 2 has come with a healthy amount of ups and downs, mostly due to meddling from both developers and executives alike. Yeah, looking at you, Universal. Looking at you. However, at the end of the day, it is evident that the studio understands that keeping their player base happy is a crucial part of making sure their game sells. They are not wrong. They are not wrong. That's the crucial part of it, because remember, you're presenting your game to us, to the people, because we're the window lookers. Like, we're looking in the windows and everything. We're looking in the window. We're like, oh, what is this game? Oh, this looks amazing. Yeah, hell yeah. I like this.
It's like Leonardo DiCaprio from The Wolf of Wall Street would say, sell me this book. It's to sell me this pen. Sell me this game. Sell me this book. How do you sell me this? You gotta give it to me. Well, it's a sell me this pen. I don't have a pen on me, but I'm just using Goblin Slayer as an example. Sell me this. If you want to make your consumers happy, you have to sell them the product. It's not just like, well, we have a business marketing, all the boards and everything. Sell them the product. You can always tell someone's going to sell you something if they just sit down with you and they're passionate, they keep talking about stuff. It's like, you know what? This sounds like a great product. I want to back this up. Versus the, well, we got, you gotta do better than that. What's the catch? What's the hook? Why should I play this game over the other games I could be playing? People keep saying, but the market's in demand. There is a demand for it, but how do you stand out? Look at the recent announcement from Splash Damage. Transformers Radioactive, canceled. Multiple years in development. Apparently kind of switched studios or like different ideas, but it's too little too late. The damage was done. If they're looking at it, if they're saying it's not worth keeping alive, like an online game, like going, it's kind of sad. As a Transformers fan, we need some good wins right now. I was very much excited for Radioactive, but to hear it was like an online game, I'm going, no. What happened to single player games? After Fall of Cybertron, I was ready to get a brand new one. That's heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking. Apparently, some toys are made. Like, there's a whole list of stuff that's coming out from that development cycle, and it's shocking. But that's just how it is these days. If you want another great example, well, that is a good example of the what I was talking about earlier. So that's great as well. But you want a great example of how a game failed in market? Let's take a look at two of them. Battleborn and Lawbreakers. You remember Battleborn, right? Or not?
I heard of Battleborn and everything, but Lawbreakers is a new one on me.
Okay, so Battleborn was developed by Gearbox Games, and pretty much are, oh yeah, the guys from Borderlands. This should be a great game. Sadly, I'm like, it just never either caught on, and it came out just before Overwatch, so it had a good roster of characters. It was something could have been connected to Borderlands in some way. If they were like doing different stuff, Tannis made a cameo. But the sad thing is, when people don't know what Battleborn is, you're like, "What's Battleborn?" I'm like, "Oh boy, how do I sell them this game?" You can probably say Overwatch with a campaign, or doing what Overwatch did, but either in the Borderlands style, but sadly not. Lawbreakers was the one and only, one of the founders of Epic Games, and the creator of Gears of War, Cliff Binsky himself. Cliff Binsky, he came back. Oh, he tried to come back with his new company called Boss Key Productions. But sadly, when Lawbreakers was even in development, he even said like in interviews that by you can look up this video called Lawbreakers in a delusional market. Here's kind of the key points. Cliff tried to come back with a brand new game. He went around like all the big dogs, Ubisoft, EA, every publisher. He's like sat down with the book and said, "I want to make another IP again." How much money you said? I'm like, well, he's trying to get them the hook. I mean, this is Cliff, the guy from Epic Games, the guy who created Gears of War. All right, this should be a cool pitch. Sadly, it's like, well, he decided to be like, well, if no one's going to do it, I'm going to do it myself. Good man. All right. But the problem was when they started marketing Lawbreakers, it was supposed to be like a free to play multiplayer only experience, or like, all right, okay, I can see that way. And when you see the gameplay footage for Lawbreakers, yeah, this looks like Quake, all those awesome arena shooters out there, or even like hero shooters out there, great. But then when Overwatch came out, it's like, he didn't like that comparison to always to having Overwatch. But it's like, calm down, Cliff. It's fine. It's okay. Maybe this could help you out. Like, say maybe we're a little bit better than Overwatch. We want to be more competitive than Overwatch. Then the ego happened. Oh, this is very much an ego, even like during the press tours and stuff. Besides the comparison to Overwatch, he always promised free to play, but then it shifted to $29.99. Only, okay, maybe things will get better. He tried to like pitch and everything. Okay. See what they're doing, what they're not doing. He said like, I'm great that games like Gigantica exist, so we can do what they're doing. If you don't know what Gigantica is, think about this as an awesome, like, you got two monsters fighting on both sides, but you, the player, have to eliminate the monsters. So you have to fight all the other enemies out there so you can defeat them. So like, some players had swords, some had melee combat. Like, this is cool, this is unique. And it's still alive. It went away, but it came back. But back to Lawbreakers. I'm like, I can see what he's trying to say, but the big problem with the ego was always just not realizing that you had your new game coming out for PC and PlayStation. Love or hate Jeff Keighley, he was even asking about this, and Cliff is like, it's not coming to Xbox. And Cliff Binsky said, yeah, those Xbox boys, Xbox fans are salty. Cliff kind of had but he's like, calm, like, Xbox was his brand for a while, starting off with PC for a while. You have Gears of War with Epic Games, and then it's like, wow. I can't remember that. It's been a while. Yep. Love Unicron. Unicron's my favorite. Always love Unicron. That's Orson Welles for you. Goddamn, Orson Welles was great as Unicron. But anyway, back to Lawbreakers. When you had Cliff, that attitude and everything, it's like, this isn't looking too good. I'd like to say maybe on the competitive side, when they had a lot of people try out the game, it's like, okay, maybe this game will be good. Maybe it will be good. Maybe not. But then you always had that $29.99, $99 multiplayer, $60 multiplayer only bullshit game. I'm like, okay, I can kind of like that a little bit, but it's like, how do you sell the game? Gravity-defying combat. So it's like, okay, cool. Like Overwatch, but better. It's like, you gotta like. Eventually, what failed is also part of the marketing he tried to do was, how do I stand out? I think we made the competitive Dark Souls a first-person shoot. The competitive the Dark Souls of FPS. Well, that's a statement. And sadly, Lawbreakers just did not find the crowd, because at that time when it came out back in, was it 2016? I believe it was 2016, or I'll just say late 2010s. You still had stuff like Overwatch still in its prime, Destiny 2, and all the big competition like Call of Duty, Battlefront, Battlefield, Battlefront, like you just weren't going to stand out from the crowd. And sadly, it had a stable fan base for a while, and then it slowly went down, and it went free to play. You gained some numbers back, but sadly, being only on PC and PS4, the numbers weren't going to be that great. Had it been an Xbox, could have survived a bit longer, maybe a bit longer, but it just was not there. And hey, at least it's only a $30 multiplayer only experience. So, but sadly, when you're in a tough market where the big dogs are going to be there, it's the same fate that happened with Evolve. Even though the hook was there, it just was not enough to sustain the player base. And sadly, Oski Productions shut down, and Cliff has been done with games for such a very long time. He's never, ever going to come back. They try to save Oski's production by doing the obvious, of course, at the time, a Battle Royale game, and even that failed as well. So, sorry. It ain't going to happen. Sorry. You tried your Battle Royale, failed completely, shut down with only 2 games ever being made.
Exactly. And it's it just goes to show that studios like the one with Helldivers 2 and everything, that they do listen, and of course Shift Up also with Stellar Blade and everything. What's up, John Doe? But it goes to say these critics in their videos should be viewed as essentially free market research, as their entire brand are built on engaging with their video game heavy communities and responding to their feedback, which is true because you and I and many others have given our fair criticisms of the games and everything. We're not good. Like, we're not telling them like they should stop. We're like, hey, this game could be better if you just fix this, and this, and that's it. We're just giving our honest opinion on it, but no, they just want to label us as terrorists and all kinds of weird things.
Which have nothing to do with the actual product itself. It's like that video that people like to quote. Imagine you playing a military first-person shooter, and all of a sudden, you're a Nazi. You didn't choose this. We're playing a World War II shooter. Allies, Axis powers. So
learn the difference.
Learn the difference. I'm playing a video game. Who cares? Let me just kill some people in a competitive multiplayer game. Oh, I killed a bunch of people that were allies, and I guess that makes me a Nazi? No, it does not. I just won with that team, and I either had a good match or they had a bunch of rookies, so can't help it.
Yeah, you can't help it.
But I think even what I mentioned even before earlier is that we're living in a time and market where, oh, you brought back a big name from the industry from all those years ago. Sorry, it's just not going to be enough these days, especially if you're making a game that you're in a oversaturated market like that is the competitive FPS genre, that people will stick to their Call of Duties, their Destiny, their you name it. They'll stick to that game unless you can grab them over. I think Evolve had a chance, but the mode that everybody went to is the mode they marketed the most, Hunt. That's all they ever did. They marketed Hunt. They never marketed any of the other modes, and sadly, that's what everybody went for. Again, if that was the only game mode, that would be fine, but there were other game modes like, all right, but no one's playing them. They just wanted to do Hunt. And let's not forget the outrageous DLC practice. You want all the other cosmetics? This is where the famous Angry Joe is that blue? Is that blue? You're giving me a gun that's painted blue, and you want to charge me $2. And this is before all the crap that we have nowadays with the bullshit microtransactions, season passes, battle royale stuff that we have. This was before all that. The horse armor looks like a godsend right now to the $2 painted blue gun. Remember when unlockables were unlockables in games?
Yeah.
You
Kind of
remember?
like because I was playing like Batman Arkham Origins, Star Wars Force Unleashed, the holocrons, like getting a lightsaber crystal and a lightsaber power core of it and everything, and a costume too.
I hate loot boxes so much. Yep, this is
I
even before Evolve was before all the loot boxes. It's surprise mechanics. The
I'm
Battlefront
glad
2
I'm glad
controversy,
well, I'm glad Battlefront 2 learned their lesson and moved away from that. They're
but
like,
but
yeah,
that but, that, but the damage was done.
yep, the
But the
damage
damage
was
was done.
done.
Hell, even the CS2, even the Counter Strike 2 skins controversy way back in the day. Ugh, that was terrible. But we're talking about stuff that was unlockable, and I
Take
remember
care.
unlocking
Take
stuff.
care, JR. Take care, buddy. Glad to have you here.
Take care, Jay. But I remember stuff like playing the classic Call of Duty games before. Like I was just unlocking stuff as I was playing the game.
Yeah, right. Like
Just
before Black Ops 3 and onward. Like before Black Ops 3, Advanced Warfare. Um, at least with the bundles, like with the bundles and everything, it's not gambling. And it's not loot boxes either. I mean, you see what you're getting, like you physically see what you're getting, and it's guaranteed. Now, I understand microtransactions and everything. I fully understand the the um the negative consensus and all that, but when it's done right, it's done right, and that's completely
like you can
fine
speed up the
because
process, but if the grind's okay and if you're still gaining stuff at a reasonable pace, people will be fine. That was the OG days of GTA Online. Everybody was just either helping each other out, or when the heist started to happen, we all knew what to do, or like you do this, you do that, and then we'll be fine. And it was okay. It was okay, but then
I
Rockstar
actually
these days, they got very much greedy and said, no, you want to do the fun stuff, you need to gain more money the ease faster. You don't want to grind. Spend money on the shark cards, and then you'll get whatever you want to. And then the dreadful casino. That is a gambling addiction, and they knew what they were doing. They just didn't care. Same thing with NBA with their 2K series, which if I was somebody in charge of the NBA, and I saw that in our game, I would have shouted at the meeting saying, "Who put the casino in a children's video game? Who decided that at 2K?" I would have gone up to them and be like, "Who decided that?
I want names. I want
I want
names.
names. I need them now." Even I presented them to my boss. These are the people who put that casino in the game, and they're like, "We're not gonna do anything about it." But it's children. Children are playing a rated E10 game or E10. There's nothing in the back cover that says gambling. If there was gambling, I agree with everybody on this. It should be an M-rated game then.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have to be like,
Uh,
oh, but sports game. No, it should be M-rated. Or if not, make it adults only. Then no kid can ever touch it.
exactly. Plus, what
That's kind of like we said. Like, if the gameplay loop is fun, and if it's not like a chore, if it's not really that, like if it's fun to do, go for it. But if it's pain, just makes it an option, makes it go just a little bit faster, just all right. If the price is reasonable, that's fine. But if it gets outrageous and people know that grinding takes forever, then that's a bad sign where you know they are forcing you to go into that marketplace. They're forcing you to get the stuff.
and that's the thing with Crash Team Racing Nitro Field. The minute I saw the pit stop, I knew like, okay, these prices are a bit out there. Luckily though, they're doable. They were like doable and everything. I could still grind for that skin, and I could still get it. Uh, no, I don't know. I don't know that much what's going on behind those scenes, but I will keep an eye out for it. I would ask
I mean
JR.
that
Interesting. Go ahead, Joker. Go ahead.
I mean, that's the reason why I stopped playing the sports games. Like, they were fun for a very much a long time, and my parents did appreciate me playing those games. But they became very much broken after a long period of time. I remember, like, was it NBA 2K15, 16 that I remember trying to play one night, and it just took forever to not. Well, the downloading is one thing, but even just playing it, it's like the servers are always broken. You couldn't even play it
And,
correctly.
and and
If you're lucky,
somehow
you got it.
and somehow you're playing against a team of LeBron James, like an entire team of just LeBron
Oh,
James.
it's not even that. It was also, yeah, it was 2K16 because it had the Spike Lee joint storyline. And for some strange reason, instead of going and playing through an entire series, a season, you just play the games that they wanted you to play. And sorry, too bad if you aren't. No offense to Chris Smoove, who probably got a good deal, or if you pay out the money, or any other YouTubers out there that got the paid sponsorship. Again, no offense to them, they're just doing their jobs. Or if you didn't get the additions that gave you some extra virtual currency to upgrade your player quickly, you were kind of stuck with a underperforming character if the AI was in your favor in these matches or not. If your team even won or you were just better at the game, you just got a crappy player for a while. Unless you sped up the process. And I believe it was around 2K15 they started to be more stricter about the builds. Again, I get it. You don't want all these crazy builds out there, but it's like I can see why. So you're not always dunking right away. So you want to make sure you're modifying it correctly. So understandable, but like man, when the grind is this bad and it's continued to get worse, along with we know why they're doing this, so you can go to the VCs right away. It's not that great. It's really not.
No, it's not. Unfortunately,
And
I,
everybody
I
knows the game that Angry Joe will rage at the most. Madden.
oh
Oh, I. You know what? I really should have kept that Madden game that my dad gave me. I really should, because I think that would be the one I had the most fun with. But like, goddamn, I'm still glad I didn't get all these other Madden games out there because
I'm
we
and
know where the
I
money making is with those games. The the my team stuff. We know where it's going. We know where the money's going to be at. And you want a jersey? Get a green shirt. Costs you money. No, it's EA. It's very greedy, and this is why we say for the sports community, you guys need to really fight back. Really speak with that wallet of yours. Just say nope, not going to buy it. Mom and dad, please do better education, please, because you're going to be losing money if your kid gets your credit card number or like they
yeah.
spend
And
all
when you're
their
doing when you're doing
PSN.
your quarter when you're doing your yearly, quarterly, and end of year taxes, you're like, $1,792 for a 2K24 NBA game. What the fuck, Jimmy?
I remember a story again before he deleted all of his videos. Review Tech USA even reported on this that a kid playing FIFA spent a lot of money. I believe it was on the sports pack, and it was like, well, I believe the charge was in the 500 range because he thought like, oh, I paid it once, I can just get it more. I'm like, no, it just kept going and going and going. The dad fought back, and Microsoft gave them back their money. Thankfully, that one had a good story in the end. But this is a lesson to the parents: do not give your kids access to the cards. Do not even buy them these packs because they're greedy. They're monetization. You
Yeah,
might not even get good. Heck, it's one thing we're playing the actual card games, which that's more physical. You know what you're getting into. But stuff that's more digital, that's going to be gone the next season. Don't do that. Don't.
exactly. but it, but we leave it up to the parents. So make your choice here, because me, Joker, and everybody else, we're not in control of what your kids see and hear and everything. We're not in control of that. In fact, they shouldn't be even on our channels to begin with. Unless if you're a family member of the person we're friends with who has a kid, then it's one thing. We're willing to make an exception for that. Because I know I know two people who have kids right, oh, five people who have kids right now, and sometimes I do hear them in the background from time to time, and that's completely fine. And then they're aware of who I am, so they know. That's the only exception I'll ever make to this channel. That's the only exception I'll ever make as far as that goes. But anybody under the age of I want to say 19, to give a fair point, out of here. Sorry, you can't be here. We're discussing heavy topics and roasting a few ugly women and calling them horrendous names. So
Oh boy.
just for those examples. So, Joker, here's the next one in this ongoing
All right,
mess.
what we talking about?
Original Fallout creator weighs in on current state of video game discourse, questions whether players even know what they like, and laments how people love to talk about what they hate, and some of them almost never even mention what it is they would prefer instead.
That's an interesting question, honestly. That is an interesting question he's bringing up about.
I mean,
Because we can talk about the stuff that we liked on this channel, but how many times have you and I said, I really hate this, and said, I really dislike this? Outside of the usual Discord, but what do they not like? Like, I can tell you what I like right off the bat, but the stuff that I dislike is another thing.
yeah, we could sing praises all we want and everything. We could do all that, and that'd be the end of it. But we never really touch on what we don't like in the game because, I mean, some of the games that you and I have both played, the only thing is we want more content.
Could be more content. I never really
Yeah.
talk about the story parts, unless of course you see me on Twitter and I go about the story parts.
Yeah,
It's not even
and
just
that's
that, like, or it could be
but
other stuff like me disliking a certain topic about music when someone really want to talk about music. It's like you gotta know more. You can't just be like, oh, the music was boring. I'm like, here, let me listen to that music real quickly. Boring? You call this boring? This is a pretty good music. When people call it boring, I'm like, are you sure it's boring? Let me listen. I might say, no, this music's pretty good. What are you talking about? Let me listen to the next track. That was a pretty good track. But it's like, that's music. And I will always say music is subjective. And I'm like, really? You're calling this bad? It's pretty good. But then again, it could just be what the composers are always told to do. It could fit the genre very well, being heavily romanticized in a way. And I could still be like, all right, pretty good, pretty good. But that's it. I can't tell you what to like because your taste will be different from mine.
exactly. So let's see what prompted this question. In
Yeah, what
offering
problem?
his
I'm curious what you have to say, actually.
in offering his take on the current, more often than not, negative state of video game discourse, original Fallout creator Tim Kaine has found himself questioning whether most players truly know what they want from their expectations, particularly as recent years have seen a rise in overtly negative browbeating over constructive criticism. As an industry veteran who, in addition to
I
his
hate those
work on
ads.
the what
I hate those ads so much.
I know, I wish I could get. Hey, I'll pause this for a moment. Anyway,
There we go.
anyway, as an industry veteran who, in addition to his work on the fan favorite post-apocalyptic RPG, has also notably served as a designer on the first Pillars of Eternity and as the director of the Outer Worlds, all three are really good games.
Yep.
So I see where the magic really came from. So Tim Kaine, he actually deserves our respect for that, for the most part. Kaine spoke his thoughts on this particular topic on January 8th via a pre-recorded video uploaded to his personal YouTube channel. Hi everyone, it's me, Tim. He opened the video. Today I want to talk to you about the question, do game players even know what they like? From there, Kaine explains that he was inspired to make this video after both at hearing a comedian whose name was not shared by the video game dev discuss how it's hard to get feedback from an audience because their laughs or boos do not specifically communicate what they like or dislike about a given joke. And reading a past quote from the Game of Thrones creator George R.R. Martin, wherein the author opinioned social media is ruled by anti-fans who would rather talk about the stuff they hate rather than the stuff they love, and delight in dancing on the graves of anyone whose film has flopped. These reflections, he said, led him to realize that he has been seeing a rise over the decades of my career and how games are discussed in person and online, which is a prioritization of the bad features over the good. Or in other words, people who love to talk about what they hate, and some of them almost never even mention what it is they like, what they prefer instead. He is not wrong. He's not wrong in this sense. Because you and I and many of our good friends that we are associated with from here on in, we see the writing on the wall for what it is. Look at Concord. Look what happened with Dustborn. Look what happened with everything. Now on paper, they sound like fun games, for the most part. But with the social with the social climate rearing its ugly head in those, it's no wonder they got so hated and everything. But as I was watching Dash and Big Angry Phil play both games, there are certain mechanics in Dustborn that I did like that I wish were more focused on. So in essence, there is a game in there beneath all that mess of that forced bullshit and everything. Because and Big Angry Phil will agree with me on this. There were certain mechanics that we both liked and we both can agree upon and still see for what it is, despite the glaring obvious social commentary that is interjected into this whole mess, like with Dragon Age Failguard and everything.
Okay, I'm back. You were saying?
So I was just telling the audience that that our friend, that Kaine is not wrong with what he said. He is not wrong, because we have seen a lot of more of like the negativity and like it's the justified negativity versus like pointless outrage. There are two types of those. What you, me, Dash, Big Angry Phil, and a whole bunch of others like us, we critique the game based on what we see and what we are hearing, and we are looking at the reactions based on our constructive criticisms. And unfortunately, we get the brunt of all this. The devs attack us back like, hey, why are you attacking us? We're not attacking, we're giving constructive criticism. Now, I will say, I did see our mutual friend Dash Attack and Big Angry Phil play Dustborn, and there are certain things in that game I did like for the most part, and I wish I had more focus on, but the over usage of the social commentary and everything kind of killed it for everything. It was a hot mess. It was a hot mess.
Yeah, all right, so going back to even what you said as well, you brought up about Concord. Oh yes, there was a lot of disinterest in Concord because either you knew about the game or you saw what very few people were playing at the time. That low base numbers, just 2,000 players on PC. The what interviews after the failure of Sony or the studio, the whole pouring in a lot of money into Concord, even before even when they bought them out, even behind the scenes stuff of they're making the game, but it's not going so well. It was too much toxic positivity and calling someone professor when they're not a professor. But that's even irrelevant. I'm like, why is that such a focus? But Concord failed because it's not just the character design. It was, guess what? Another live service hero shooter. This time it cost you money to go get the game. But the thing is, Concord characters was all the only thing a lot of people were just talking about. We kept saying, but what about the gameplay? At least the gameplay's got to be good. It's a hero shooter, so despite this, the classes are one thing. People said the gameplay was somewhat fun. Like, there could have been some life in this, but people aren't going to play it because despite the promotion, no one even was playing it, not even on Twitch, which you could even track the numbers back then. How many people are live streaming this on Twitch? Hardly anybody. And when it failed, people are wondering, like, well, what happened to it? No, it's not just that Sony spent a lot of money on it. And no, that does not mean they're not going to dump money elsewhere. They have their franchise. They will pour in the money when it's needed. They will make sure their IPs will sell well and give the games that need due time to sell well. But the problem with Concord was this. Everything I mentioned, and they didn't last 2 weeks. They shut her down. Someone at Sony said it was supposed to be their Star Wars. Like, ugh. They even bought an episode, or at least got a slot in for a secret level. And that might be the best thing for Concord. That secret levels level. I watched it. I'm like, this ain't actually bad. If this was not a player versus player, more like teens pulling off some cool heists, I think I could honestly play Concord. I thought it was going to be single player because I'm like, okay, I see that big cinematic trailer. I'm like, okay. But no, it was a hero shooter. But people are going to say, but Concord failed. But look at Marvel Rivals. Look at Marvel Rivals. It did what Concord failed to do. It did what Overwatch 2 set out to do and did it better. I wonder why that is. Wait a second, you mean you have a development team that was having fun making their games? Respected the source material? That really cared about it? Was passionate? And look at it. It's free to play. And I'm still playing it. I'm having fun. More fun I had with Overwatch. More fun I had with Destiny 2. And I just kept saying, this is so cool. Sure, there's going to be matches I'm going to hate. I keep coming in too late, or that's what they keep putting me into. But the point is this. When you have such good positivity like that, and people are playing your game, and in 2 days from now, we'll get the Fantastic Four. That's positivity we want to see. They're sticking out and they're doing the competition better than what Blizzard did, better what Concord did. That's how you know you're on the right side. I always say the better the competition is, the better everybody else has to be. That's why we keep getting all those battle royales. They want to be the next Fortnite. There will never be the next Fortnite other than Fortnite. So good luck trying to chase that dragon. Veilguard failed because it didn't feel like a Dragon Age game. It felt like, I'm going to say it like, this is Dragon Age Rings of Powers edition. This is someone's like fan fiction coming to life. There was no choices to argue with people. everybody was just too nice to each other. This wasn't a team of like that Rogue Warrior or Morrigan or oh my god, Lydia and oh my god, oh like not even like Dragon Age. The origins of cast from 1, 2, and 3 felt way more believable than Veilguard's. And and I think of the four, I thought two suffered the most, but looking back on two, yeah, I could save someone from leaving very quickly, but I still believe them more than Veilguard. Veilguard felt like, yeah, I'll trust you, or yeah, we're good. Do you even know anything about them? That's the thing. I knew nothing about the Veilguard cast, and I'm like, you know what? Can mention Lydia. She started out as she's a sister, she's a nun, yet she believes in a great cause and will be your ally. And believe that you were innocent on all those times. Heck, your Inquisitioner can even talk to Lydia if she was in a relationship with the Grey Warden, and she'll say, "Yes, I had a very wonderful, nice relationship with her until she died, or he died, or yes, she couldn't wait to meet them again. If you kept your Grey Warden alive." Look how awesome that was. You go to Veilguard, no one's remembering anybody. Where's Hawk? Where's the Inquisitor? Oh, there they are, but they look not not the same. What happened to the original Grey Warden, our player from the very first game? Are they dead now, or are they alive? Because you got to remember they have the Dark Spawn in them. That's why they could kill the Dark Spawn. That's why they could kill the Archdemon, because they have to drink the blood of the Dark Spawn. But don't care. No one knows where they are. Oh, here's Morrigan after all these years again. And what happened to you? What happened to the Morgan that was sassy, that was always smart, more cautious, more angry? Now she's way too calm. I'm like, did your son change you, or what happened to you? And don't get me started on Elizabeth. Oh my god, what? I'm sorry, that outfit, that design is ugly. I'm like, that's not Elizabeth. That can't be. It is. What? And that's where people keep talking about like stuff that's negativity, but then what about the series that get too much positive stuff? Like, oh boy, Yakuza. Like every time I see people praise the man who sold his name for Yakuza, I keep saying, are you guys just praising this because it's Yakuza and there's, or are you generally saying that this is a good game, better than the original trilogy, or better than the 1 through 6? You're saying this is as good as, say, 7 or 8, and deserves to be up there. I'm like, are you sure? There's nothing to complain about. Absolutely nothing. And I'm like, I'm going crazy here. Yet the one negative guy that's like, oh, well, he hates open. No. It's called we have criticism. Here it is. Let's have a civil discussion instead of saying, yeah, I should believe you because you're like, no. Why did you call it? This is the reason why I also keep saying to people, don't call everything peak. Because if you do, how can I trust you if you call everything peak?
Right.
I hate that it's being overused.
I usually tell people like, oh, what's up, Rexus Prime? What's up? Oh yeah, I know writer's block. Oh god, that's terrible. Horrible thing to have. I usually tell people like if you want to play the original Crash Bandicoot games, the Insane trilogy is a good way to play as well, because it's still the same 3 games, just with more colors and everything, and looks gorgeous. Same with Nitro Fueled. I mean, yeah, we have the PS1 games and everything, but I do like the remasters and everything, and all of that. And I can say the same thing with Spyro. they're not peak though. I mean, I love them and everything, but I wouldn't consider them like peak designs or anything, because it's just their take on the characters and all that.
Again, even
However,
right now, I love my Sly Cooper. I'm glad that emulation's there. I can play it. Ooh boy, on my PS5. Ooh boy. But are they great? They're still great games. They're not
yeah.
masterpieces, but they're fun to play. Like I tell people, go play them. You want to play something cool and awesome? That was like back in the Sony days of their golden age of mascots. They try to get out the door. Sly Cooper was the way to go, and it was
Mhm.
so good. Heck, I remember
Exactly.
playing Jack 2 a lot, and I told people I don't want to hear no ifs, ands, or but this game's hard to play. That didn't stop me from playing back in all the day. I got through it. You can get through to it. It's too dark, and I'm like, everybody's trying to be dark these days. This also has its comedic jokes, like my favorite joke of when you go to the race and Daxter lists off all the rules. We here by the races give crew. Like you know the scene I'm talking about where Daxter reads off the whole list. That scene is so funny. Even Jack is like, "Are you done talking?" And then it's like game rights. Game rights.
I
That
remember.
scene was hilarious. Even for as dark as Jack got, they knew how to put in the comedy moments to balance that stuff out. I was like, it's funny. And then it's like, oh hey, mysterious woman, I don't know, that's totally Kira. Like you need good stuff as that. There's definitely will be games where I say it is a masterpiece, but I always say in my own way, I think it is a masterpiece.
Mhm.
Even like the latest game, Final Fantasy 16, I still think it's an amazing game. Not a masterpiece. Maybe in a few years from now, I might see it as it, but it's not going to be a masterpiece quite quite yet.
And you're right, Bubba. It has been crazy tonight, but that's why we're here on Nightcast, trying to bring just. I know we have a lot of wildfires going on in
Well,
California.
and
And
before we
Kelly,
continue, I just want to say, and before we continue, to our brave firefighters out there, the man and woman, the firefighters, I'm praying for you. My heart's with you. Please stay safe. Rescue everybody as we can. For those who are helping them out, our volunteers as well. Thank you so much.
exactly, because
Just stay
we
safe,
need all the
everybody. Oh my
exactly
god! Like I,
we need the positivity right now for our friends.
hopefully, for those who have escaped, and if you're watching this, hopefully, like I said last time, we're taking your minds off a few things. Like God, I did see that one video on Twitter from early in the morning. Like I kind of tweeted you at that saying I don't believe this in the superstitious, but I'm like,
Oh no, I shared it earlier on here when you sent me it. I shared
oh
it,
wow,
and
really wow.
yeah, and
But
people and
that's
they're
the
like,
one time
"Holy
I'll say
crap!"
I believe that's the one time I will say I believe in the superstitious right now. I'm like wow.
Yeah. Um.
But anyway, let's get back to more some positive stuff. But even
it-
stuff that does get like criticized, we're criticizing it maybe for the best reason because maybe the cracks are starting to show. There's a reason why I say like Yakuza 8 for Infinite Wealth. I'm like, oh, like I want to finish it so badly, but at the same time, I'm like, do I have to push myself all the way through? Because there are definitely amazing parts.
there are, and that's what's so sad, honestly, and that's what is so sad.
And
Um.
then I find some stuff that I don't like, where I'm like, okay, we're either dragging on or I don't need this plot line to be in here at all. It could have just been go away. You're messing up with the flow. Like I finally got to the halfway mark, but I'm like, oh my god. And I got more after this still. But there's also a reason why if we ever get Yakuza 9, I never ever want to see I'm gonna say it. I don't think Kiryu Kazuma should ever come back to the franchise. Nope. 8 should be his last game. No, and in fact, 6 should have been the last game, but they kept bringing him back. And I'm like, no, 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 you ruined the perfect ending that we have right here. But he should not come back. That's why I keep thinking that he should not come back. It should just be with Ichiban and then whoever else he's going to meet. You can do the 2 protagonists again, but make it somebody else. Hell, do 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 the PSP spinoff that should have get a nice HD remake actually, because that PSP spinoff could have been pretty good actually.
I
But
agree.
but it just feels like I think Yakuza did everything for Kiryu, and yet it's never enough. But that's also why I keep saying that Hawaiian setting was actually a nice breath of fresh air. I'm like, finally, I'm out of Japan. I'm in Hawaii now. That's what it needed the most.
Hmm.
And the
So
same thing could be for, like I keep saying, with Kingdom Hearts 4. Like, I am hoping that is the game that will win a lot of people back, because I see we're doing stuff that's brand new. Like, no, none of the whatever, no more Xehanort. Please don't bring him back. Don't. Like, we need to move forward. We need to get like a new cast soon, because Tetsuya Nomura is on his way off in the industry, and if he wants to be done, completely fine. So I'm hoping this game is gonna be his boom, his grand slam, get it knocked out the park to be like, all right, that's a good game to start the momentum, get it going, and hopefully we move on from Sora after 4 or 5, because I cannot see him as the protagonist for every single number game. Because at that point, you just need to find somebody else. All right, what else are we going to talk about? Because it is interesting to talk about the negativity stuff, because the negativity, it is there with what we like, but sometimes it can be like pushed down under a lot, because until it gets ignored for too long, and then it's like a bubble that finally bursts. Is like, all right, we got to address it now. So address it
exactly.
now before it's too late.
And he could, and King continues to say, and I get it. With the rise of monetized channels, I totally understand that rage bait gets more clicks. So if you go on and have a channel and you go, I hate this, and these people are dumb and blah blah blah, you get more clicks because that's what people respond to. But it doesn't really explain forums or comment sections where the people who are leaving the comments have no stake in how many people read their comments. You still find that you still find that complaints about features are on the rise, and constructive feedback saying, "I wish they had done this," instead of "I like this in my games," is on the decline. At the very minimum, at least the ratio has been increasing from bad to good. The weird thing about this, I see people complain about the features they can 100% absolutely ignore. He then noted, proceeding to raise the phenomenon of how players will still regularly engage with mechanics they claim to hate. These features make the game a lesser experience for them, but they can't seem to bring themselves to not to use it. And then that's when they turn around and say, well, it's the designer's fault. He never should have put that in there in the first place, which is, again, a whole other discussion of how much hand holding do you want. And hand holding in this case is how much should the designer not let you pick and choose how you want to play the game. Should he force you to play it the way that you want to play it and the way you'll enjoy it, and ignore millions of other players?
Like the yellow lines.
A lot of you give feedback as if you're the only person on the planet, but you assume your views represent everyone else's. This right here is true. Everybody else has a different opinion. Everybody else's opinions are different. Yeah, we can agree on a lot of many of our different things.
You see, if there's one thing, like there's always like two
And
things.
he's
The
not
one
wrong
they'll
here.
do,
And he's not wrong here. Also, he's not wrong. He is not wrong. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Joker. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Uh-oh.
yeah, no, I'm still here.
No, go ahead, Joker. You were about to say something. Go ahead.
Okay, let's see. Where's that from again? Yeah, it's like that. It's like there's two things I dislike. People use the gif from the Big Lebowski. You know the scene I'm talking about. Well, that's just your opinion, man. I'm like, because it is my opinion. You're trying to block criticism and say that, well, that's just your opinion. That's not the majority. Okay, then what is the majority? I always use Kingdom Hearts 3 as an example where that game got heavily defended. And I'm like, you don't need to defend everything. Let's see what people are saying that's on the negative side are saying. There was a lot of disagreements between how the story was told, presented, and what happened in gameplay. And it felt like, well, we have a beginning, a middle, and end, but it felt like not much really happened. But then it's like, oh, you didn't play all the other games. I'm like, I played most of them. I understand the story, but this is Kingdom Hearts 3 we're talking about. 3, the one that we waited a long time for. And yet, that was their finale. I kept saying, was it a mistranslation? Did something happen behind the scenes? Was there more that was supposed to be in it, but they just ran out of time and be like, let's just simplify it then? Okay, but I want to know what happens, but I don't know because Japanese developers, they tend not to, some of them, not like to share what goes on behind the scenes a little bit. So we'll sadly never know what happened during development. There could have been fighting back and forth between what to keep, what to throw away, but we'll never know. But according to the fan base at that time, it's like you're just a hater. You wanted Kingdom Hearts 2. I'm like, well, I would like to have an ending that achieved what Kingdom Hearts 2 did at least. I mean, I never get that again, but I felt like 2's ending felt like a proper conclusion. 3 felt like, well, we're ending a series, a saga, but they also used the term "it's endgame." I'm like, oh no, 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 no! It is not endgame. It never even felt like Avengers 1 bringing the team together. It felt like I got the team together. We went off to war, failed, and then got got Deus Ex Machina. We'll go back to the war again, and then this time we won. And I'm like, how? But I never earned this. Or the other one, what was it? The whole Stan Lee argument, which I love Stan Lee. I honestly do, man. I love that guy. I wish I could have met him. And there's one thing I would say I both agree with you, Stan, but also want to argue with this is how he said the person who wins the fight is what the writer wants to win. Stop debating. Like, well, Stan, it's not the full quote, but you know what I'm talking about. His quote about two people fighting, like, who should win the fight.
Take care, James. And you're right. You're absolutely right. It should.
And
It's
I
not.
get where he's coming from. He's a legend. He understands writing better than me. But I would also both agree with you on that, Stan, but also disagree with you because why would you want this person to win the fight? Well, that's the way the writer wants you. But perhaps there could have been a better alternative to the fight. Perhaps nobody wins that fight. Or perhaps there has to be a winner, but maybe it's the other guy who wins.
Mm-hmm. But
But it's like,
he's also not wrong because how many times have you and I seen the rage baits go on?
oh, exactly. Oh, exactly.
I understand. I mean, I get it to a degree. Like, yes, because you and I see it on the we see it on the daily. We see it
Hmm.
on the daily. Some of it I do understand. Like, I understand where it's coming from because if I see it, I'm like, wait a minute, they're doing what to what? Then I'm like, okay, you know what? I do not like this because I read it. Like, I sit and read it for a moment. I'm like, yeah, that's full of crap. Why are they going this route? Eh. But if it's just pointless rage bait, then it's why make it? But Kane is not wrong though. He is not wrong because it does get clicks and everything. I mean, you and I could sit here right now and we could go on a huge hate filled stream right now I guarantee those numbers would go, and I think those numbers would go way through the fucking roof. But we don't do that because we're trying to look at this from a natural perspective. We may not agree with it, but we're trying to find out, where did this come from? Where did this direction come from? Because I don't like DEI as much as the next gamer or anime fan or what have you, and I know you don't either, and many of our friends.
Mhm.
But lately, I feel like some of the ragers, they're missing the point of why it is that we are outraged. We're not, and it's not because of a new character or anything. No, we like new characters. We do. We want to give the new character a fair chance here. But these fucking devs and everything, and the storyboard writers and the artists, when they center it on the gender and all of that shit as the main focus, that's where you lose us.
Again, take
Like
the
your potential
Avowed
buyers.
artists. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Again,
your
like
potential.
recent example. Before we move on, our Rex's Prime even stated this right here with what I was talking about earlier. Like, unfortunately, that's kind of what's been happening a lot. Even when you get people into the series, either they've been along for the long ride or they're just getting into it, it's like, you gotta listen to what people are saying. Not everything is going to be that peak. Or like when you criticize someone, I'm not criticizing you as an individual. I might be criticizing your take, your stance on something. Be like, I would like to challenge it. Here's my evidence. Do you care to back up yours with your evidence? And yet they'll just go, you're just a hater. Like, you can call me that
Yeah,
all you want, but you need
and
to
9 times out of
back
10,
it up.
they buckle like bitches. I swear. Every time you and I, in many years, we challenge these people with reverence and fair criticism, they buckle for whatever fucking reason and attack us like with violence and everything. Like, oh, we're gonna do this to you. We're gonna go after you legally. We're gonna throw lawsuits at you. It's like all of this over a difference of an opinion. There's no cause for it. You and I could sit here and look at all the examples of everything.
Like the Stella Blade controversy, where
Oh,
they IGN France attacked Shift Up's. Was it the CEO? I
I
think it
think it
was
was.
the CEO.
I think it was the CEO at the
I
time.
think it was the CEO saying that he's never met a woman, doesn't know anything about them, can't draw them. Turns out, good game. I heard positive things about it, but then we found out he's happily married, and his wife works at the company. Even made a couple characters for a Goddess of Victory, Nikkei, and it's like, wow. And then the main branch has to come out and say, we apologize for that. We truly do. I'm like, wow, wow, wow. It's like, that's not how it goes. Or again, they continue, like, honestly, the whole hatred for game science because of a mistranslation of what happened. What even did even happen? For their, like, that was a CEO again, or again, a lot of peers, spraying the information that, oh, these guys were crying at the VGA awards for not winning, but a former IGN employee who was at said event said no, they weren't crying. No one cried when Astrobot won Game of the Year. So Alana, what are you doing? If you're gonna report on something, I expect the truth, but how can you when you have been known to be a hypocrite from time to time and not telling the truth? So how can we trust you? And that's what I think the article is doing such a great job. Like, we could talk about the stuff we like, but that kind of gets overshadowed by the stuff that's negative. And even stuff that's negative that's being talked about, you have to say, what are they truly talking about? Again, look at the big one from Naughty Dog, Last of Us Part 2, and I don't like that game. I gave
but
it my best.
we have
I
our
gave my
reasons.
fair opinion about it.
Yeah,
I wanted to be like,
we
I
didn't
wanted it to be
hate it.
good.
we didn't hate it because of this, that, and the
Joel
other.
death. It's not that Joel died
No,
that makes
it's
me
not
mad.
that. It's
How
how we got to
happened,
that
how it
point.
presented it, how it was used as a tool, as my big motivation. Joel's death caused Ellie to go to Seattle to get revenge. Motivation: kill Abby, avenge Joel. Motivation changes later in the story to be like, now we're focusing on Abby's side, so you know her backstory. But in another game that could have worked. But Drunkman and his writers were not skilled enough. I think I'm going to quote Alex even from Angry Joe. Actually, again, I'm mentioning Joe a lot, but again, you can agree with Angry Joe, disagree with him. That's completely fine. But I think his friend Alex said it better. They needed precision with that game. It felt like he had everything planned out with his writer. This is how we're going to do it. But it came down to precision, execution, how it was going to be told and presented to you, the audience, the player. And unfortunately, when you're trying to tell a story about revenge, the cycle of violence, all the stuff that I like about a good revenge story, that ending with Abby made me feel like, so was it all for nothing then? Dina is hinted at being gone, or maybe Ellie just wanted to go back to get some closure. But I'm like, you just let the girl who killed your father figure just. And I believe in the story of revenge. It's a double-edged sword. It is digging two graves. Had they gone with that direction, I think I would have felt more satisfied because I'm like, okay, so they both die at the end. I felt like I would have been like, damn, okay, that would have been interesting. I would have been like puzzling at first, but then I've been like, you know what? It did make more sense, but it just how they told it,
Mm-hmm.
and not to mention player agency. It's okay for Abby to kill. It's not okay for you to kill. What?
Yeah,
Even
well,
during the whole big showdown in the theater, the only way to advance the story is that you have to get Ellie on low health, then the cutscene happens, and then you do the time jump. It's like, and that's what I didn't really like about it, because I think that theater scene could have gone a couple different ways. You could let Abby die, and then you get the revenge. Maybe the story ends differently, or you do the different paths. But they just didn't want to do that for some strange reason. In fact, it could have been like that. In fact, apparently Abby was supposed to die at the end of part two, and I'm like, really? It was in the game?
mm-hmm. But
Well, they just.
but they cut it because they want to protect their precious thing, or whatever it is that they were
But
doing.
then again, at the same time, it's
What's a
also how
rocket?
Naughty Dog. But it was at the same time, it's how Naughty Dog's been telling their stories. They went in that direction of storytelling. The same thing with Rockstar, and how they want you to
How
play
is
the
it?
games their way, some ways, and along how the
How
story will progress.
how is it we went from Uncharted 4 giving Nathan Drake his happily ever after to Last of Us 2 with what you've just said?
But at the
It's
same time, the version that Amy Henning was working on is also kind of lost media now. When Druckmann and his
so is
Bruce Straley
Collins.
continue.
So is Collins' Star Wars Episode 9 script. That's also considered lost
Well,
media.
You can see some things from Colin Trevorrow's Episode 9 stuff, even with some of the concept art. I'm like, this looked interesting, but Disney at that time they looked at the book at Henry, and that probably was their reason to say we're not going to go with Episode 9 with this guy because of the Book of Henry being a disaster of a film. But I've yet to watch it. But I've been told by people that it wasn't quite as good as his other works. To like it had some charm, but it just wasn't quite there. So I have to watch the Book of Henry to really again experience it. Look at me, I'm saying that I will watch the Book of Henry. Be like, was this really worth firing the guy over? Probably not, or maybe it was, but who knows?
Yep. I'm doing good. Rocket Blast. We're talking about gaming
Hang in
news and
there.
everything, and we're trying to like remedy everything going on in the happenings of the world. We're trying to at least get people's minds off of it and everything. But also, I think I'll hit one more piece of news for the gaming side, and we'll see what we can find on the anime side. Also, there is one more topic I want to discuss, though, but I'm going to save that for last because I sent you that photo this morning. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh,
Actually, you know what? Why don't we dive? You know what? Why don't we dive in that right now? Why don't
let's do that right now because
we?
I'm mad about this because I'm like, really?
Hey, let me fix this real quick. Let me get it fixed. Hang on, go ahead. Uh, yeah. So here we
I
go.
know our
Get
good
get
friend
this.
a lot.
Get this, Rocket Blast, and everybody that's watching. Get this. Warner Brothers canceled the only movie where Brendan Fraser turned into a supervillain after being a hero for decades. Now, look, we all love Brendan Fraser and respect him enough as is.
Our good
He,
friend Alana, she's gonna be very mad about this.
yes, so because we loved him as in George's Jungle and
The mummies, the mummy movies. He's
Monkey Bone and everything, and in
Monkey
Looney Tunes
Bone. His comic
back in
films are
action.
pretty good too. He, this man, Brandon Fraser, made me cry at the end of The Whale. That movie. Well, that's also Darren Aronofsky.
And
He's
he looks better. He looks better.
way better than the last time I saw him. But The Whale, man, that movie was a cinematic masterpiece of heartbreaks and like very emotional. Like this man was acting to his ability. That's also with Darren Aronofsky. He's like wonderful director of. He's able to pull some great emotions out of people that you have no idea. Like I did not know Fraser had that range until The Whale, and I'm like, whoa! Like the scene
So
that made me want to cry the most. I can't do it as great as the guy, but if you know the scene, it's when that we're halfway through the movie. The mom finally showed up to get her daughter back, but the revelation revealed that no, he has all this money that you're looking for. He's not poor. He has it. He could go to the hospital to get treatment, but he's not going to. And after
that
that,
was
it's like just go to the hospital. But he's saying no. That money is for Ellie. She has no one. I need to make sure someone will take care of her. And it's such a great sequence on how it's directed, it's acted, it's staged correctly. And
it's such
in
a
that
heavy
moment, I
scene.
think the wife did leave for the best reason. She needs to get out and relax. But it's the way how he goes. She doesn't have anybody else left. Like I need to again. I'm about to say this as an individual. We don't mean to hurt the people we love or our friends. Stuff happens, unfortunately, and are we in control or not? And in that scene, that man made me go, no, I'm not crying yet, but really hit something in me. I can't say it as him, but I'll do my best. I need to know I've done one thing right in my life. Aren't we all looking for that answer?
Yeah,
Just someone
exactly.
tell us
Just
that
that.
we did one thing right. And the way how he holds his hand to his wife, it's like she said, like, we both did our part. I raised her, like, he's like, please, please, just take my hand one last time. And when she said, I raised her, and you're giving her the money, the way his hand shakes, he's reaching out and then just goes down in defeat. Really struck a chord into me, but then there's also the kindness in her words still. Like she still believes that this is the man she married and that he is still in the right place, just doing it wrong. And I also love the scene after that where he's getting the pizza again. It's the delivery guy. He goes out to go get the pizza. And in that moment, that beautiful moment, there's actually a lot of emotion on that actor. First, it's shocked to see Charlie for the first time. It's like, we finally meet. But he also feels disgust at the same time. Like he goes, but in that, there's also a few things going on. One, he feels disgusted what Charlie looks like. Two, he feels disgusted in himself because I've been delivering this guy pizza most days, if not every day. So he feels responsible in that moment. And yet at the same time, he can't confront him truly. And then you get the binging scene, which is also heartbreaking as well. But it's the ending to the will. All the emotions are right. He's slowly dying. A beautiful violin is playing. And oh God, like just thinking about that scene is great. It's also when she's about to leave and she's still mad at her dad. But every kid wants this. A parent that never gave up. I love that actress. That actress who plays Ellie is so good. It's like when she opens up the door, like remember throughout the film it's been raining nonstop, but it's that moment she opens up the door, there's that wind that comes in. The sunlight is on her. It's like she finally admits defeat and finally says, "Daddy, please." I'm like, oh God. I was just like about to cry at the end. But it's of course when she's reading the report, it's what she wrote about Moby Dick, and then he slowly walks. We got the symbolism with the whale and not being on the beach and not in the water. Oh God, that final sequence is just beautiful. And as obviously, of course, he dies at the end. I just couldn't say anything. I was in that theater, just going like,
Mm-hmm.
that's how powerful that film was, and that man. I said to the employee as I'm walking out leaving, I'm like, he's going to win. He's going to win the Oscar, and he did.
A justified Oscar. So here,
Long overdue.
yep. So what is going on with what is this film that Warner Bros. This reminds me of Kylie versus Acme. This is like right here, but with a different move. So Warner Bros. Canceled Batgirl, starring Brendan Fraser as a supervillain in Firefly. We were gonna get a live action Firefly. I would have been fine with this.
He was playing. Which version of Firefly was he playing again? I'm trying to remember exactly. Let me look it up. Yeah, he was playing Ted Carson's Firefly.
Not the Garfield not the Garfield one from Arkham.
Yeah, he was playing the Ted Carson version. So
Okay. So let's see. So here's the main points right here. DC's Batgirl starring Michael Keaton and Leslie Grace was canceled despite being nearly completed. This is Coyote versus Acme all over again. When I first
okay,
when I
so the
first
story
reported.
goes, Zalzov was, you know, they were canceling a lot of stuff, tax payoff. So this was part of the tax payoff. They cut it off, cancel it, get some tax payoff. And the directors who did Bad Boys for Life and Ride or Die, they were on this film making it. When they heard the news it got canceled completely, they basically rushed in. They rushed to find anything that they could save. Nothing.
The movie
Nothing
had
was saved.
the movie had cast Brendan Fraser as a supervillain Firefly, making it his first movie as a villain. Warner Brothers cited cost cutting and strategic shifts as reason for the cancellation of Batgirl. So we were going to get Leslie Grace as Batgirl. That's there's no actually that is
She doesn't look
not
too bad in the costume. It looks a little too fake for me, but like a little bit of race bending, a little bit, but she does look like the character. There's a better shot with her in the outfit, though. Let me find it for you.
that is not a bad. It's not a bad image. It's not a bad image. I mean, But my problem is, what's up with the costumes? Remember how
I know, but
dynamic
I don't know, they look more fake these days, but I
they
can
look
actually find a
more
better.
they looked more dynamic in Avengers. Like they looked way more dynamic. Like, yeah, it screams superhero.
I just sent you if you want to see
Oh
what Fraser did look like.
man.
If you want to see what
Oh
Fraser looked like, I put in the private chat of the stream. So
wow. This is good.
and of course you had Keaton. Yep, Michael Keaton came back once again for Batman. So he was in his design costume. So
Oh
if you
yeah,
want to
I
show
can.
the
Oh, what's up?
in the private chat, I put a couple links if you want to see what some of the photos were like a little bit, so you can kind of get an idea. Like, okay, what are the costumes like? What was Frazier like in the costume for Firefly?
Oh, this is good. He looks good as Firefly. This is good. Okay, there is a better version of the suit. Okay, that's a better version. Okay. That's actually pretty cool. I like that. Not a bad not a bad suit. So, let's see. What happened here? Let's see what happened here. It's been over 2 years since Warner Brothers canceled DC's Batgirl movie, and fans still can't get over it. We're just now here. You and I are just hearing this for the first time, mind you.
No, I knew it was canceled. You're hearing it for the first time.
Uh, well, how can they? Especially since the movie was set to feature Brendan Fraser as a supervillain. Can you believe the Oscar winner, who has spent his entire career playing heroic roles, was hired to play Firefly? I would have killed to see a Firefly live action. That's one person we never seen. We never seen a live action Firefly. We have not. We had the Arkham one. We had Arkham, which they did really good with. Um, well, we can't believe it anymore now that Warner Bros. Has canceled the movie anyway. But all we can do is imagine how cool it would have been to see Brendan Fraser pitted against Michael Keaton's Batman and Leslie Grace's Barbara Gordon, aka Batgirl. Oh, we were going to get another iteration of Barbara Gordon. Um, Nicole Kidman did play a decent Barbara, though. She did play a decent Barbara and Batgirl. I never understood the Uncle Alfred thing. To this day, I never understood it. But then again, but then again, I leave it as is. Despite previously creating hype among fans with Michael Keaton's return as Batman, alongside Leslie Grace taking on the role of Barbara Gordon's DC's Batgirl movie was ultimately canceled in August of 2022. Wow, I'm 2 years late into this thing. Holy shit. Um, Now, while fans have been reeling about this cancellation, things aggravated after they learned that Brendan Fraser was set to appear in the movie as a supervillain, who has been a Hollywood staple for ages, playing heroic roles since the early 90s, was cast as Firefly as Batgirl. Had this movie been released, it would have been Brendan Fraser's first significant role as a villain. Although he has appeared as a despised character in Killers of the Flower Moon for
And he
defending
was great in that. That's for those scenes. He was really
for,
great.
for defending Robert De Niro's William Hale in the plot to kill his nephew's Osage Indian wife, Fraser wasn't the designated villain for the film. Oh, he looks good, and you can see,
That
you can
kills.
feel.
Yeah, that kills. Well, like he kind of in that 3 hour long film, he's one of the lawyers who needs to defend him, and the scene is when he is introduced. He's like, That's my client. That is my client. Where has he been?" And then, he's like, "So where was he? Where was he?" Like, he's both funny. He was intimidating. He gets the crowd to go like, "Oh my god, that was his client. Where's he been?" But then when Leo's like sitting down, I'm like, you gotta act your butt off if you're talking to Mr. DiCaprio. And he's
Yeah.
like, you are going to die, young boy, if you don't listen. I'm like, damn. This man's awesome.
But Batgirl would have marked the first time in Brendan Fraser's career to feature him as not just a villain but a supervillain. Even the directors of the film, Adi El Arabi and Balial Falaha, I cannot. I don't know
I
how
know the names are really hard to pronounce, but
I
I'll say that
actually
these are the directors who did the two Bad Boy movies, 3 and 4.
I gotta admit though, I gave it my best attempt. Believe that Fraser would have given an unforgivable performance in a canceled DCEU film. I believe it. I firmly believe he would have gotten it, because remember, Firefly is a psychopath arsonist who just loves seeing the world burn. Speaking with Yahoo Entertainment, the filmmakers praised Fraser's commitment and expressed their grief over how fans will never get to see it. Why was it canceled, and is there any hope to see the film ever again? Now, while fans have been urging Warner Bros. To release the film for over 2 years so that audiences are not robbed of Brendan Fraser's first ever villain role, it seems highly unlikely that the studio will hear their pleas, especially after Screen Rant cited the shift in leadership and WB's cost-cutting mission as the reason behind axing Batgirl. It feels like there's little to no hope of the movie ever getting released. So, in layman's terms, this is Coyote versus Acme, but flip it with
DC.
with DC and Batgirl. So this is the same MO. A film that is completed, like ready to go, all filmed, all shot, directors on the ready, and then Savage is like, oh well, we're gonna cancel this and make it ready as a tax, make it a tax write-off.
I know they still released the Flash for. I know, I will still give them crap for releasing the Flash, but you can release Coyote versus Acme or Batgirl. But according to James Gunn, apparently the movie was bad. I'm like, but at least give it a shot. But had they released it, it would have been. But I know that's also part of the leadership as well. Am I going to blame James Gunn entirely? No. I'm going to blame a whole bunch of people. Probably he might be on the lesser side. And I don't know. I think this was after him, though, after he came into DC. So, or like in between getting hired at DC. So, it's not going to be fully on him. I mean, if he saw the film, that's one thing. If he was told it was bad, that's another thing. But here's the thing. I still have hope. If they ever do Firefly again, you already have a good actor right here. Go for it.
Exactly. I would love to see. I would have loved to see Brendan Fraser, because I never thought of it like that, because I was thinking about it late last night after I got done playing Arkham Origins. I'm like, I wonder who would have played what, because I thought about all the villains that we have seen in the past years. We haven't gotten a Firefly. I can't recall anyone playing Firefly, because we already had Joker, we already had Penguin, we already had Riddler, we already had Two-Face, we already have um Penguin, we already have Scarecrow, we already had Bane twice. The Batman and Robin version, and then Batman the Dark Knight Rises. Those are the two versions of Bane that we've had in that span of the live action. Because I know we already had the animated series and everything. I know we already had that, but but this is pertaining to live action right now only. Um, hang on, Joker, I will be right back. Okay, keep on talking. Okay.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, to me, this is kind of sad that we'll never get the Batgirl movie. It's not just that Kyle Fazak as well, but this would be interesting to see what his second Firefly was. You can see the costumes like online if you look at the canceled Batgirl film, and the costumes again, then they will always be iffy for me. But I'm like, doesn't look too bad. He's got the right. They got the right look and feel to say this is still Firefly, but and apparently during filming he got to celebrate his birthday on production, so I feel like that's pretty cool. But it is sad we'll never see stuff like this again. I know, like for the upcoming Superman film, we do have the Green Lantern for Carter in it. Nathan Fillion's haircut still looks weird, but we could say comic book accurate. But I'm like, God, that haircut still looks weird on him. But all right, I'll see what he does with the character. But and then you get to Hawker, which I do like it. It looks pretty good. Maybe I wouldn't choose the color for the suit, but then I get to like Mr. Terrific, who no joke, Mr. Terrific looks terrific. But like, wow, that actor looks pretty damn good as Mr. Terrific. But it is sad to see like stuff like this gets canceled. It does happen like around the world. Like you film something, or you're about to be filming, gets canceled. But when you write it off as tax cutoff, it's just like baffling. Warner Brothers Discovery right now, they're saying like we don't have like content, or they're removing content like from like HBO, like we talked about like on Sunday a little bit, where they removed Teen Titans, the OG Teen Titans, and then it's like you want to go watch it's on Amazon Prime to watch it, unless you have your DVDs or VHS saved of the original Teen Titans, and then even Teen Titans Go is off HBO Max, and I don't want that to happen. Even for a bad show that is, it should not be pulled off immediately. Even stuff like this coming, stuff like to Netflix, where even David Fincher, one of my favorite directors of all time, Zodiac, Seven, Fight Club, Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, even he's upset that Netflix won't release his movies on DVD or Blu-ray. Like he knew what he was signing up to, and the fact that it's still like, no, we're not going to release your movies on DVD or Blu-ray, or even like a series called Manhunter. It's still a big no. We're not going to release it, and that's sad. That is devastating. You have like all these content, and yet you're not going to release stuff that's going to be preserved correctly. And I feel like that is truly a shame, because I want to own stuff like Batgirl, even if it was bad. I'm like, I still own a copy of Batgirl to watch. It's sad, but also I'd like to see different villains, and I got a different villain with Firefly. I'm like, finally, like doing all the stuff, and even for the upcoming The Batman Part 2, Mr. Freeze is the main villain. Sweet. Even if Penguin's in there, great. But for Batman Part 3, please to God, don't do the Joker. I am tired of seeing the Joker everywhere. Give me Zaz. Give me Dr. Clay. Give me Pig. Give me, who am I thinking? Hush. I want Hush. Hush. Do Hush. You hired a great actor who is supposedly the Joker in that prison cell next to the Riddler. Make him Hush. I will see the movie immediately. Because we need Hush. We need Hush. It's time for Hush.
Agreed. I just got back, but I heard the end of your um.
Mm-hmm.
But I do agree. We need more villains to have their time to shine. This would have been a perfect, like, and given and I know the stigma against like superhero films, I know there's superhero fatigue and everything, which is duly noted, and we understand. But it would be not. But this would have been a breath of fresh air for the most part, and this would have been talked about so like for many years to come. And yet Warner Brothers, for whatever fucking reason, are like, how can we make this into a tax rebate? Yeah, taxes.
Again, like even I said like within that brand as well, for the Superman film that's coming out. You know what? I'm glad we're doing more characters. They're sticking out a bit. I hope they're balanced out. Like for
I
Carter,
saw
like for
Hawk.
Green Lantern, Nathan Fillion still looks weird in that haircut, but I'm glad we got a Green Lantern. I'm glad we got Hawk Girl again. This will be the second iteration for the live action, so I'm like, yay, yay, more Hawk Girl, the better. And then, no joke, Mr. Terrific looks terrific. I'm not joking. Mr. Terrific very much like his counterpart. I'm like, wow, he looks good. Like Mr. Terrific looks good. I'm like, wow. I'm still iffy about that Superman costume. I mean, it looks fine for me, but I just don't know. Like, there's something like, But I'm just hoping that film's going to be good. Because if it is good, we'll get more stuff. Hell, you might even get Bizarro. Allegedly, Bizarro's in the trailer, and I keep looking at that trailer. I'm like, that looks like Bizarro on the shots. So that would be badass to see, actually.
Mm-hmm. So, final thoughts on this topic,
On this
Joker.
topic, I feel sad. I feel devastated that this got canceled. You know, again, if we get another Firefly again, if he's fighting Batman, please bring my boy back. Bring back Mr. Frazier. It'll be a role that people will be talking about. Like we said, at least he gets to come back. But if it's not him, pick a really good actor. Hell, I want to say Aaron Paul will make a good Firefly. Like, because that boy needs to do stuff. He would actually make a really good Firefly.
Oh, absolutely. And I feel like, let's see, how many times can you?
Oh yes, yes, exactly. I think what you're saying, like how many times can I do like Joker multiple different times? How many times can I do Bane over and over again? Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
and I
like I
agree.
love Darth Maul. He's a great villain, but we know there are also other villains out there for the Star Wars universe that they should be using or doing better.
I'm glad we, like with Book of Boba Fett. I'm glad we got a Boba Fett. Like that first episode. I sat and watched. I'm like, yes. I saw a brief hope of a return to the can't like the expanded universe, because he did come out of that Sarlacc pit. He was alive and everything. Like he blasted out of there. Like he blasted right out of there. But this was a close second to that. However, they
It kind of
sidestepped
went
it.
downhill after a while, and then the Mando took his spot. Man, the freaking Mandalorian.
I'm like, can't we keep the focus on Boba Fett? What? But I will say, seeing the Slave One, not that new name that they gave it, that's still the Slave One, ladies and gentlemen. I'm
Even
not
his
calling.
actor said that's the Slave One.
Yes. I'm just like, no, this is it's the Slave One for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Slave One for a reason. But that aside, when I heard the little bombs that come out like we saw in episode 2, I I had like I was lit up like a Christmas tree. Oh, I just miss hearing that sound and seeing the effects and everything. I'm like, this is how it's supposed to be. This is all I wanted. Boba being a badass. And seeing Cad Bane, that was pretty cool. I'm glad we got to see them go at it and everything. I was pretty happy with some of the stuff from Book of Boba Fett. But we all know. Again, this is Disney. Disney, of course, they're gonna push the Mando and all that garbage in. It's like, oh, why? That aside, though, and also there's that villain fatigue. I mean, and yeah, you were right. How many times can we rewrite Joker here? How many times can we rewrite him? Because they're running out of room. And it's like, well, what about Scarecrow? What about the
Again,
Count? What about
again, perfect character. You only got him once with that. Oh God, what's his
Oh yeah, him. I wish he came back. I wish he came
He
back. He
came
would have
back
been
for The Dark Knight Rises, but I still
briefly.
appreciate he did came back at least. I'm like, yes, he came back for a little bit. But again, if you want a good Scarecrow, he's done it already. Elijah Wood. You get him to the live action version, everybody would geek out. And again, here's a big thing: Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, has Lobo with Jason Momoa. Again, finally, Lobo after all these years. And we picked the right actor for it too. And that is his favorite character. So even an extra bonus. Again, you can hate The Rock all you want, but I'm glad we got a Black Adam movie. I got to see Dr. Fate and a few other characters. I'm like, yes, we're on the right path. Just keep on going. And then they just didn't. They just didn't. What else to talk about? Yes,
This right.
Perfect
I,
casting. Perfect.
actually, I see it. I can see. Okay, this is good.
Again, look at his Star Fox
I
movie.
know this. I know this is old news and everything, but
But that
eh,
this is perfect. This is perfect.
at least with Lobo, we're like getting a brand new villain, not that Craven bullshit that we've gotten and everything.
Yeah, no, thank you.
It doesn't work. This does though, because Lobo works. This works because it's Supergirl, and he did exist in Superman's world and everything, so this is perfect. There's the tie-in and everything. And we've seen
Heck,
Momoa.
did you even say I fought your cousin?
Yep, yep. He could even. Oh, I hope that's in the thing. I hope
Oh
so.
God, writers, write that in there, please.
That would be the ultimate diss. I could actually see Lobo, this wonderful badass right here. I could just see him saying that because it's within his character. It's within. But I'm happy for the villain because remember, he played Dante in Fast 10 and was very believable. I had fun watching him. He was psycho. He knew he had a goal in mind and achieved it. He
I just kept
did.
saying that he needs to be Lobo now. Like just hire him. And he kept teasing it throughout the years. Again, he was fine in Aquaman with Zach and the first film, but oh my God, yes, he just went from Aquaman to Lobo. That's a big upgrade. I'm like, yes.
Um and Frag. Oh, get this. Actor Jason Momoa is set to make more waves in comic book cinema as he prepares for his second dip into the waters of the DC universe for the upcoming movie Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. He has put down the trident of Neptune, but will now pick up a chained hook and frag grenades to play the homicidal, genocidal, cigar chopping son of a bitch from the planet Sarnia. I hope I said that correctly, Joker. I hope the guys said that correctly. Um, that would be none other than DC comic fan favorite Lobo.
I mean, he's gonna look great. They better get the makeup right. If they don't get the makeup right, I'm gonna be, what are you doing? We have a makeup that works.
Who's playing Supergirl? Do you know?
What's her name? Let me look that up quickly. I think I've heard her name before,
Because
but
I might actually go see this. I might actually go see this. Oh, wait a minute, I found it. Okay, it's
Millie
Millie
L.
House of Dragon, basically.
Okay, ooh, yes, I love House of Dragon.
She played young Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen in House of Dragon.
Ooh, ooh,
She played the
ooh,
princess.
ooh, my favorite character. Sweet.
So I say oh
I
wait,
have hopes for you. Don't let
hold
me
on.
down.
Hang on, Joker, hand. There you go. Oh, Helen Slater. Oh my God,
I know,
I
so
remember.
old.
Oh my Lord, I forgot about this movie. I
I know it
completely
is a
forgot.
bad film, but there's one thing, they got the costume right.
Yes, they got the costume right. I was happy about that. There she is. There's the
And there she
actress.
is.
I'm okay with that. Good actress, well praised. Okay, I can. Okay. I'm I'm ready. I am ready. And apparently, oh, it's part of James Gunn's reboot. Oh crap.
Well, this is the deep. Well, just you gotta give the Superman film time. You gotta, instead of being always judgmental, you gotta be like, we'll give it a shot. We'll give it a chance.
Yeah, I remember this scene right here. This is when Lobo and Superman go at it. Look at that! Look at that badass right there. This is from the Superman animated series of '97. I remember this one very freshly because this is one of the ones I grew up with Batman and X-Men. So this is one of those. But look, they got to get this right. I know they won't do the red eyes or anything, or well, they got color contacts and everything. But I'm hopeful. I am very hopeful for this. Well, but we'll see though. We will see. So to finish off, let's get into some anime news to
All right, keep
write
good.
out.
Lightning round.
Yes, let me see what I can pull up here. Because anime news is kind of hard to come by because you have no idea what's the current, what's already been said. But I think I can make this work. This is why I do Knightcast because I just love doing this. So let's see. Let's see. First up, we got Ghost of Tsushima anime series
This
announced.
surprised me a lot. This, I'm like, really? There's
So
a film by the John Wick director, Chad Stahelski, who's directed the live action film for Sony. But this surprised me. I was like, wow.
For those who are not in the known, here's what's happening. PlayStation Productions, Sony Music, Aniplex, and Crunchyroll have announced a Ghost of Tsushima animated series based on a popular game by Sucker Punch Productions. The new Ghost of Tsushima anime series, which is being produced by Aniplex, will premiere sometime in 2027 exclusively via Crunchyroll.
Until they shut down.
Fans can expect the new series to be produced by Aniplex, as mentioned, with director Takanobu Mizuno,
Ooh, good director.
story composition Gen Uri Buichi, Nitro Plus,
Yes.
and animated by Kamikaze Duga. Sony Music will hand.
Oh, those are the badasses. Do you guys? Do you even realize who they are?
I heard of them. Yes, I have heard.
Do you know what studio they used to work for, and still do actually?
Oh fuck.
I'll give you a little hint. I have the tattoo. Think about my tattoo.
Oh yes, then yes. This is the win. This is a
This is the
triple
people
hitter.
who did the JoJo CGI openings
Yeah, this is a triple
and
header.
Batman Ninja.
Oh, this
So,
is a
oh my god,
this is
I
a
have
home
so much faith right now.
this is a home run right here. This right here is a home
You
run.
knocked it out of the park. Everyone's gonna say, "Is that a motherfucking JoJo's reference?" It is.
So Sony Music will handle its music and soundtrack partnering, and the companies hope to bring Ghost of Tsushima Legends traditional samurai aesthetics to life with cinematic storytelling and striking visuals. Raul Pruni, president of Crunchyroll, well, the soon-to-be ex-president, soon, hopefully. Uh, I joke. I joke here, ladies and gentlemen. Um, we have a lot of excitement all around. I'm excited for this now, because I've been wondering if we were going to get a Ghost of Tsushima anime. Because I mean, now's the time.
And they're doing stuff off the Legends, so this will be off the single player multiplayer mode that you could play on for the game. So I'm like, okay, since they're already doing Jin Sakai, I believe for the I don't know, are they doing? I think they're doing Jin for the live action film, but I could be wrong. I need to see an update. But if you're gonna do an anime, it would be based off the Legend storyline that you could play. So that is the smartest move. And not to mention, it's also in time with Ghosts of Yotai. And here's the thing: I trust Sucker Punch with the Ghosts of Yotai. I'm hoping that's going to be great. But this is great news to go along with the game. So this is perfect. Like literally, Ghost of Tsushima like needs an anime, and I think this is the right call to go with the Legend gameplay. So I'm hoping to be good. It should be
Yeah,
good.
yeah. With everything with everything that's happening, um, I'm hopeful for it. The downside is it's on Crunchyroll, but remember, remember,
I feel you.
but remember, people, there's a thing called subject to change. So we have, and it's 2 years from now. So a lot can happen in 2 years. But for now, we have a triple home run with the people behind this, the visuals, the director, and and then the story composition. We have a triple home run right now with this. So it's in really good
Amazing.
hands. It's
Good
in
hands.
really
Really good
great
hands.
hands. So we're not worried about that. We are not worried about that. What we are worried about is what Crunchyroll is going to do if they're still here. Now, with that said, let's see what else is coming. What else is coming out? Oh, here we go. Um,
Panty and Stocking. That looks pretty.
New
Is
panty
it like a remake, a continuation?
well,
What
let's
this?
find out. New panty and stocking with garter belt anime gets first teaser trailer. I cannot play. Now, keep in mind, guys, I cannot play the trailer because I got hit with a copyright claim last time. With the Sakamoto days, I got hit for that one. I got deemed real good with that.
Oh
So
boy.
I was so pissed. I was pissed. I had the whole thing off everything, but like, nope, that little 10-second margin right there. That little margin got me. But I digress, ladies and gentlemen. I digress. Studio Trigger has shared the first teaser trailer for their new Pantheon Stocking with Garter Belt anime. The second season. Oh, it's the second season. About fucking time.
Are we sure?
Wait, hold on. The second season to their cult hit anime. The first teaser for the new Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt anime shows off the two main ladies, the titular Panty and Stocking, as well as Garter Belt and other returning characters. The majority of characters all have the same actors reprising the roles, including Arisa Ogasawa as Panty, Miria Issei as Stocking, and Koji Ishii as Garter Belt. New casting includes Akeno Watanabe as knee socks and Yuko Natsuyoshi as Zipper. That is interesting. Oh yeah, you're not wrong there, Bubba. They get real trigger happy. They get trigger happy with that crap.
Mm-hmm.
Alongside the new castings and trailers comes word that Taku Takahashi from the popular Japanese R&B hip hop group M-Flow is returning to produce the music for the new Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt, and I am fucking up here, Joker. I cannot. I am not. Oh, God bless it. As covered in our previous report, Studio Trigger is animating a new series after the original Panty and Stocking series was done by now defunct Gainax. I cannot believe that.
Everybody now has the rights to what they want now, thanks to Hideaki Anno. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I can't believe Gainax is gone still. I still can't believe.
Well, the sad thing about Gainax, they always had good stuff, but it was always on a slow decline. Like Hideaki Anno left, a few other people left to make like Gonzo, Kara, or Trigger. They may have their stuff, but it was always just. I think the signs were always there, and Anno always said that they were always corrupt. But at the same time, it's like they really never had. Well, they had a lot of cool stuff. I think they just really mismanaged everything, and sadly, they try to get their what's it called, Aura Blue, whatever that mecha something that was, off the ground again. They just never could get it going.
Oh, I agree, but with that said, though,
it is sad you lose a part of history, but I think we knew it was going to happen. I think everybody knew it was going to happen. They definitely did get that big save with Netflix doing Gundam, and then like G Kids, Neon Genesis Evangelion, and then G Kids getting Neon Genesis Evangelion, and so that I think that kind of was like a saving grace for them for a bit. But it always happened. Anyways, let's up the rest of the news. So when can we expect this to come out?
So most of their staff left to form Trigger, and after the studio acquired the rights from Gainax, they began work on the new season. So it is a season 2. It's a season 2 because I have the complete series.
Are we sure this is season 2?
Yes, it is.
Because you have to remember at the end of season 1, Stocking betrays her and says, "Surprise, I'm actually a demon." This does not look like that season 2. It looks like they're still together.
Well, we'll have
it's just a retelling.
I wonder as well because it looks like it. Oh, it is. It might be a season 2 because I have the complete season. I have the complete series. So I'm wondering.
So do I on Amazon.
So I'm wondering if this is season
1.5.
Because it contains all 13 episodes of Panty and Stocking. Because remember, it was 13 episodes. So I'm wondering if this is going to continue from there. like where Panty did betray, where Stocking did betray Panty and everything. I wonder if it's gonna pick up from here.
So, so
Let
I'm going
me.
to say we need a new trailer. This is just a tease. I think that they just showed stuff from season one. So I'm hoping with the official trailer, it is that whole continuing from the cliffhanger. Hell, they can break the fourth wall and do an
I,
MGS style of "kept you waiting, huh?"
yeah, I posted. I posted the
All
video.
right, I'll check it out later. I'll check it out later. So,
Yeah, I posted the teaser trailer in the comment section and in the private as well.
and and I like to say this is a classic. I have seen panty stocking cosplayers. Have you?
Yes, I've
They're
seen a
very
lot.
good. I never got their photo, but I was vlogging, and a couple times those same cosplayers were like in the shot. I'm like, "Mhm." So don't worry, cosplayers. The video's not out there in the world, so you're fine. I just vlogging, so every cosplayer is fine.
Yeah. It does take. I'm looking at the comments section right now of the trailer. It does take place after the cliffhanger. It takes
Okay,
place.
good. All right, good.
So it is a new. So we have confirmation, ladies and gentlemen, that this is season 2 of Panty and Stocking.
All right.
So we have
Well,
confirmation
I'll
of
see when I
that.
believe it. All right. Let's. Is there anything else to report on this, or otherwise, I got one if you can find it.
Let me see what I can pull up from. Well,
If you can find my dress up, darling, we got a big update on that.
did that? Did all that?
That was back in November, I believe.
Yeah. Yandere Dark Elf. Whoa, new anime coming out. Aquarion Myth of Emotions. A new Scarlet anime film.
A new
Lots of.
Scarlet.
Yeah, I'll pull that one up then. Let's see what that's
What's
about.
this?
Mamoru
So,
Hosoda announces new Scarlet anime film. Acclaimed anime director. Sorry, give me a moment. My brain just slipped for a minute. Has announced that his next project, Scarlet, his first directional work since 2021's Belle, the Dragon, and the Freckled Princess.
oh, that guy.
Scarlet will be produced by Studio Chizu, with producer Yorichiro Saito joining Hosoda, the latter of whom is not directing but writing the script and serving as the original creator. Okay, so they had the original creator on this project. That's good. I like it when things have the original person on it as like in some form of capacity to keep things as they are. A worldwide release for Scarlet is planned, with Toho distributing the film in Japan and Sony Pictures handling international distribution. Sony also invested in the film. Sony. Uh, where does it end? Where, I ask you. That aside, while all of Hosoda's films since The Girl Who Leapt Through Time have been released in summer, The Scarlet will be released sometime in winter of this year. Details of the film are scant, but the first artwork shown above was revealed alongside a tease of the particular character Scarlet, who is described as a strong princess who transcends time and space. Okay, I like this. Um, Hosoda introduced the film by saying it expresses the biggest theme of all time, something universal that everyone has, as if it delves into life and death. You may feel that this film is different from my previous works. And he said he's been working on a film that has action and romance elements. Hosoda also said the film is based on a world classic story. In terms of how the film will look, Hosoda said, I'm aiming for a complete new look that is neither 2D animation nor Hollywood style CG animation. He adding that he is taking on new challenges. Okay, I like it when a director takes like a new challenge for something in a film, which is completely fine. But is it going to look good is the question. It's not a matter of 2D or computer or CGI. How you're going to go about it remains to be seen.
I mean, if you've seen the film, not playing Metropolis, but the Metropolis that's the anime film that's based on the manga, that movie is a technical marvel to this day still. It still uses a lot of hand cell animation techniques, but it also was using some state of the art CGI at that time. So that film, it's just please tell me you've seen the anime Metropolis. Please tell me.
I have.
That like my favorite shot in that film is still like when you first see them, or like she's in the crowd and everything, and you look at, wait, she's in CG and the rest is all in 2D. I'm like, wow, that's beautiful.
It's amazing what you can do.
Gunshots, like, oh my god.
So Joker,
Yep.
that dress up darling thing,
Yep.
where can I find that? Where do I need to look?
Okay, let me look up. Let me do that.
Actually, I'll let you look it up. You brought it up, so I will give you the honor of looking it up. I know I've been burping like crazy. No, you're good. You're good, James. You're good. We've just been discussing so much. This is probably the longest Knightcast episode I've ever done. But that's okay, though, given the circumstances and everything. I'm okay with that. Because there was, like I did mention, there was a lot to talk about. As I'm constantly fighting the copyright claim on my game stream. Motherfuckers, I can't believe that.
There we go. So
Is it the second link that you want me to
second
click
link.
on?
Yeah, second link will work.
Okay, hang on one
So
second.
got a big confirmation. So finally,
Okay. My Dress Up Darling sequel confirmed for 2025.
so yay! Finally, after a few years, finally, I'm very happy.
My Dress Up Darling anime season 2 confirmed to air in 2025 after long silence from the official accounts. Oh, they're going to retain the core cast and staff. Okay, that's perfect.
Good, good. That's very important.
After winning over fans in 2022, the My Dress Up Darling anime did not waste any time announcing a second season of the anime. However, there were little to no updates after the confirmation, which shocked a lot of fans at the time. For over 2 years, the official accounts remained silent, leading many fans to think that a second season would never happen. Fortunately, that does not seem to be the case anymore, as the official website and the Twitter account of the anime have finally confirmed the release window for the sequel. It is confirmed that My Dress Up Darling Season 2 will air in 2025. This is obviously big news for the fans, as they no longer have to fret over the anime's future. So, based on reports, My Dress Up Darling's second season will not undergo any drastic changes to the core cast or the staff. In fact, the main voice cast will reprise their respective roles for season 2. That's good. That's
yay! Remember, we ended at the succubus. That wonderful, their goodbyes. But now we're moving on. So I expect season 2 to cover volumes 6, 7. This is going to be a great one because this will also butter up the romance a bit more. Ooh, teasers. This will be a cute one to see, and then we'll probably end either here or they'll do half of it. I don't see them getting to the vampire one yet, but that could be season 3, or some people will say they'll do season 2 and cover much more of the manga, but we'll see. Season 1 was only 12 episodes. Yeah, I believe it was 12 episodes, so They might do the full 24 since there's a lot more to cover. But then again, we're not quite done with the manga quite yet. So I am excited. This man's excited, very excited.
Mm-hmm.
So I get more dressed up, darling.
So
Very
not
cute,
only
very wholesome.
so not only are we getting season 2 of Panty and Stocking, we're getting season 2 of My Dress Up Darling. So Christmas came out. Christmas was good to us. This is our New Year's present right here, Joker.
Oh yes, it is.
So let's see. The Winter 2025 anime season has arrived. Let's see what the lineup is. So we got the 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You season 2, the Apothecary Diaries season 2, Blue Exorcist, the Blue Knights. I need to catch up on Blue Exorcist. I am so far behind.
So I know, same here. I need to catch up on that as well.
Dr. Stone Science Future. Dr. Stone's a good anime. I liked it.
Oh
Uh,
gosh.
Garcia Phantom Trigger. I'm getting married to a girl I hate in my class. Medica Curio is impervious to my charms. Who? Medica from Medica Box? Joking aside, My Happy Marriage Season 2. The
Pretty
Roses.
good actually. Pretty good actually. It's on Netflix right now.
Let's see. We got Sakamoto Days. This is what I'm really looking forward to because I have the
I am.
manga.
I'm
Uh,
hoping it's better than the Wayward Husband because I think I understand what JC's staff were trying to do with the adaptation, but I was just a little left disappointed. But Sakamoto Days looks way better, like way better.
Solo Leveling Season 2, Rise from the
Okay,
Shadows.
so where do they end in season one? Because I'm like on volume 6 of the book's adaptations. So that would be like chapter. Did they get to the ants yet? That's my question. Did they get to the ants yet?
That's a wonderful question. That's a great question because I really do not know.
Because I have not been watching Solo Leveling, and Solo Leveling is very popular, especially the one that's kind of gave that big boost to Manawa in the West, especially. That's one of the big ones where we go boom. Oh my God, Dragon Ball DDMA. You know what? People said it's really good actually. Now that it's getting going again. So, but I have yet to watch. I should watch this out of respect for Akira Toriyama.
Mm-hmm.
I should get on it.
Oh, who are these two? Who are these two bad
Who's that?
people?
Who's that?
Okay,
Who's that?
so this is the fourth season of the fourth season of the Doctor Stone Science Future will likely cover the New American City arc of the manga, which starts the truth of the petrification saga. Okay, okay, so the anime adaptation is slowly approaching the end of the line. Oh wow, they don't have that many more left to go.
Manga has ended. There's also an anime of remake of Cat's Eye that's coming out, and I have the original blue. Well, I have the Blu-ray right now, so I need to get back on watching that.
But this one right here, this right
Sakamoto Days
here,
that looks good. That
this
looks
is
good.
I'm like, yes, yes, yes. Oh, ouch. Well, I hope you find one to play, Phil. What's up, Riggs? What's up, buddy? Lots of people come out tonight. Holy crap, this is good.
Thank
This
you.
is what
Thank you for coming.
the key. This is why I love doing Knightcast. We love doing this because where else are you going to hear news like this? Because I should include more. I should do. Where's Eagle Rider is right. I need to add more people to the panels later on. But so far it's working.
Hmm.
I'm getting the hang of it. It could be a whole group effort thing. We can actually pull up news and talk about it. I'm thinking about pushing this to like a to a 3.5 hour, like a 3 hour
Mhm.
stream. I'm thinking about it, like up in the time slot a little bit. But I'm actually pretty excited for this, though. This is going to be. I have hopes for this because I have read the manga, and I'm ready.
Oof.
Okay, so here
Uh,
is
okay, so I see Knight, and then I see the. Oh my God, who's that guy again?
this guy right here.
Well, that's from Solo Leveling. So I'm talking about his familiars. His because remember he's a necromancer.
Oh yeah, that's right. He is.
So I do see the Knight. So that's a good thing. So he's unlocking his abilities. Ah,
It's the
I
big
don't
guy on
see
the left.
Tank yet. I don't see Tank yet.
Or
Wait,
that could,
where's Tank?
or that could be him. That could be Tank.
No, Tank was much bigger. Remember, Tank was bigger and wider, unless Tank got upgraded. And I know the Knight also got upgraded too as well. So throughout the series, and he's
So
not wearing his cloak yet because he's not in the demon realm yet. So like, where is this? I gotta watch the anime. I have to.
unquestionably the biggest anime of winter 2025, Solo Leveling Season 2 continues to chronicle Sun Jiwoo's journey from the world's weakest hunter to its strongest. The anime is based on Chugon's completed manhwa and it's being handled by
Manawa.
A1 manhwa. And it's being handled by A1 Pictures. Okay, so we have
Still A1. Okay, still A1.
yeah, that's a good thing, which is a good thing. They did phenomenal with that. So
I think some
what
other ones we're waiting for is like, wait, was that Overlord on the bottom? No, that's not Overlord. I know there's an Overlord movie coming out, but that's for another time. But there's definitely some good content that's coming out. So we're getting some good sequel seasons that we need to achieve. Obviously, Don Don is getting in season 2 very much. So that's another one I still need to watch.
My Happy Marriage Season 2, for those interested. Kyoka and Mio's unorthodox love story continues. One defined by
Yay!
growing trust, respect, and fantastical elements. I have seen
It,
bits and pieces of this
it
one.
is
It
good.
looks
It is good. Like again, I like to get out of my comfort zone. So I'm like, I like this. It's like let me watch this. Good, very good. I know Ramen One Half is still going with the Mappa adaptation. That is still funny.
oh, this is
Ramen is always funny.
oh, this is beautiful.
Oh,
This
what's
is
that?
this is
The
gorgeous. The
the
Roses
Rose
of
of
Versailles. I think
Dude.
that's
I
the
gotta
name.
watch that.
Okay, a movie adaptation of a shoujo manga and anime classic. The Rose of Versailles is a historic epic romance featuring Marie Antoinette and Oscar Francisco de Jaias. I can't even. I am sorry. I am sorry. I'm trying. But I like this art style though. It's elegant. Where is this art style? Where is this? Because this is gorgeous. I would watch this honestly. So it looks like it's a movie adaptation, and I didn't realize there was an anime name. Oh, I have to check that one out. Then add that one to the watch list, like the interest list, because now I'm curious. And toilet. Oh, this one was hilarious. This one was hilarious. I'm glad we're getting a season
I have
two.
like one volume of the manga. I'm like, it is kind of hilarious. So
After making okay, Toilet Bound Hanako-kun season 2. After making a wish, Nene Yashiro inadvertently finds herself acting as the assistant for Hanako-kun, a spirit who haunts her school's bathroom. It's funny as hell. I'm sorry. It's completely funny. But let me see what I can find more of in the anime world. What can we find more of? Let's see. 2024 paranormal. The influence of K-pop on anime soundtracks. Looks like Yuri on Ice is getting a winter 2025.
Actually, wait, no, I thought that was fans of Yuri on Ice
Oh, a
because
fan.
here's the thing: the movie's been canceled.
Oh, really?
The prequel movie for Victor has been canceled. There was on Twitter because it was a post. The only thing we ever got was like a quick teaser, a glimpse of it, and it just kept being silent for so many years until they came out. It's like it's canceled, and to me, it doesn't surprise me. Yuri on Ice was very niche, despite the Crunchyroll Awards promoting the hell out of it. It was very much. Oh, do the pose. Yeah, do that, do that. Okay, so this is the more other half of the volumes because there is Knight right there, and he's fighting that snow elf, which is in volume. Was it 4 or 5? I can't quite remember. Was that 6? Because he tries to get that guy, but then it.
I can't
So
even
that
read.
is the other half. So they're getting closer because solo leveling does like all the other was. They read fast on purpose. So even
Okay,
though
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
no. I'm just looking because I'm trying to explain to people a bit too. But yeah, that guy is one of the villains he'll fight in one of the stories. But that also does expose him a little bit more of he is hiding his actual true powers from everybody.
Interesting. Yeah, they're
So
incompetent bank. I hope. Well, yeah, I hope they spent the morning. Oh, yeah. I know the feeling of incompetent bankers. I know the feeling, Riggs. Yep, that's what I
so
would be
that
doing.
that'll be interesting. But yeah, the Yuri on Ice stuff. But let's look at that article again with like Yuri on Ice. So
Yeah,
because I don't know if
let
that
me go
is
back.
Yuri on Ice or if there's just something that if
There
you're
it
a
is.
fan of Yuri on Ice, you might like something else that is like skating. I mean,
So apparently, it's called. Let's see. The winter 2025 anime season has begun, and many shows have premiered their first episode, including Medalist, a sports anime about ice skating that fans of 2016's incredibly popular award-winning Yuri on Ice might just be able to use to fill the void after the MMAPPA produced
map up.
ended, Mappa produced ended with hopes of a movie completely dashed. Okay, so
Yeah,
you were talking about that. You did reference
yeah,
that.
yeah. The sad thing is that I'm gonna say it's like for Yuri on Ice, it was very niche, but despite the heavy promotion, it's like I like to say the movie should have taken that long, but it could have been funding, it could have been Sai Yamamoto's work schedule. There could have been so many factors going into this for that movie. But when you go so long without a single word from like, is this movie still in production? Is it coming out? Is it being held on to? It is sad to see it go, but I think that is the struggle with original anime when it's an original property where there's no direct source material. Like, how do you get the funding for this? How do you get it off the ground?
Let's see. While Medalist has a completely different approach to its character and premise, it hits emotional notes well and could go on to be one of Winter 2025's best anime titles should it continue as well as it began. And okay, we got Medalist. There's interesting. The story of Medalist follows 11-year-old Inori Yutisuka, a fifth grader who dreams of becoming a world-class figure skater. Despite the fact that she has no formal training, Inori skates at her local ice rink in secret away from the critical gaze of her peers and adults who think she is too old to only just be starting serious training. On top of that, Inori faces having to convince her mother to allow her to dedicate her life to figure skating after her older sister's career ended in failure. One day, Inori has a fated encounter with Tsukasa Akiri Rajai at the local ice rink, a 26-year-old former ice dancer who sees his younger self in Inori, a child with competitive ice skating ambitions, being told that they started too late. Tsukasa decides to become Inori's coach, helping her work towards her dream of becoming an Olympic gold medalist. Okay, that sounds good actually. I like the premise of this one. So it does have like some elements of Yuri on Ice and everything. They're both ice skating and they want to become world famous figure skaters. So I could see where the similarities are at. So I'm for sports anime. I mean I just started watching the Birdie Wing golf anime.
Definitely.
I watched that one because I loved it so much, and it's nice to have a different take on a sport and everything. I wish we had a hockey one. That would be nice. So it looks like Metalist is following the footsteps of Yuri on Ice, which is good after the because remember the film did get gashed and everything. We already know who Shampoo is. Let's see. What's this one? Oh, this looks. Oh, this looks very interesting. Togen Anki TV anime reveals new trailer. Let's see. The anime adaptation of Togen Anki Dark Demon of Paradise, which fans have been waiting for, has now released its first trailer. Based on a manga by Yoshihiro, the series is planned to come out in July 2025. That's this year. It's an interesting combination of elements of folklore in its storyline and really well thought out action sequence. The anime guarantees to provide the viewers with a rather entertaining plot. It has been a successful manga since its release, and the anime adaptation is being done by a reputable studio given high expectations for the show. Fans have parsed the trailer and are waiting for more. And Togen Anki is already becoming one of its most anticipated anime of summer 2025. So Studio Hibari is coming out with the anime. So I am getting mad. I'm getting Mad Helsing vibes. Like really Mad Helsing vibes. So I'm liking it. I like what I see and everything. So this is something
And,
I
and
want.
if it's using blood, I'm also getting what was it?
Dead Man
Ooh,
Wonderland.
Dead Man, a little bit of Dead Man Wonderland.
I could see the Dead Man Wonderland vibe in here. I could see it with the Uzi and then the pistol and whatever the hell that thing is up there.
This looks pretty good. All right,
I I,
let's move.
I like this.
It looks
So
pretty good, but we'll have to wait and see. So it's interesting.
yes indeed.
Ooh, oh, that shot looked good. All right. I guess that's gonna get copyright either way, but that still looks pretty cool. I'm like, all right,
We could make that it could make that work.
all right. Is there
We'll
otherwise?
see.
Otherwise, I think that's gonna be about it. So let's get our closing thoughts in.
Yeah. So so overall, again, we send our prayers and thoughts to everybody affected by the California fire, and I'm glad that Big Angry Phil and California Ford are both okay. I'm glad that both of you guys are okay. I've been worried about you guys lately, and I'm glad that things are a-okay. But on the brighter side of news, we really talked a lot tonight about like the state of the gaming world and everything, and also um new anime coming out that we're very hyped for, and also a lot of surprises coming out this year. And I gotta say, this year is shaping up to be really good in the anime world. As far as gaming, we still have a long way to go before we can get back to what gaming used to be back then. We have a very long way to go, which is
Oh,
both
no, definitely.
which is unfortunate, but we are seeing changes for the better slowly happening as time goes on. The layoffs are going to happen regardless if it's good or bad happenings in the world. But remember, we are gamers and we are consumers and everything. So I say vote with your wallet. If you think the game is going to be good, go for it. We're not going to tell you to buy or not to buy the game. That is entirely up to you. We're here to deliver info on and give our own thoughts on it, on the particular game or movie or topic. We're not going to decide for you. We don't do that. We don't control people's minds or anything. We don't have the mystic powers or the Millennium Puzzle or the Millennium Eye. None of that stuff. Although that would be interesting, though. That would be interesting. But that said, though, we want you guys to think for yourselves. We want you to think for yourselves and don't take our word for it. Use our opinion as to like help you um refine your decision. If you want to buy the game despite the obvious social commentary bullshit, then go for it. We're not going to stop you. But you have the option to fund a better product. There are better products out there and better games and everything. And it's okay to go out and step out of that comfort zone. We're not holding you hostage, ladies and gentlemen. We're not. You have the choice to make the decision for yourselves. Because if you vote with your wallet, you have the option. The options are available to you. And whether or not you made the right decision is entirely up to you. We're just here to inform. We're here what journalism should be doing is to inform, not to twist it to this left right paradigm bullshit. We're here to present it with clear facts based based on our experiences and everything. That's all this mainly is. And to inform you guys what's happening in both worlds, both in the gaming world and in the anime world as well. There are exciting things going on. We're not all negative doom and gloom or anything. We like to put positive things out there, and we have here tonight. That's what we want to do. That's what we're trying to push out with this whole thing. And with that said, um, with that said, Joker, go ahead.
Pretty much exactly what you said. Um, those are affected by the fire. My thoughts are with you, to our brave firefighters out there, and those who volunteer. Thank you for putting all the hard work you're doing right now. So please stay safe out there and continue to be safe. Yeah, obviously it's about voting with your wallet. Gaming is slowly starting to heal, but it is that uphill battle. You vote with your wallet. You support the games you want to. And remember, like I said, not everything needs to come from AAA support. Any devs on Steam, like I am, with a couple of them that I've purchased early access, and I think that are pretty good. Or whether it be within the comic book side of things as well, support indies if you want to do it that way. It's about like getting a discussion going. It's not always going to be bad. There's some positive too. I think a lot of the positivity is slightly bury the negativity because some people don't learn the, their lessons when we are at the point where you need to at least try to win fans over. And if the industry has to crash again for a second time, it will happen for a second time. But this is why those big names are just a shadow of the past, as we once said. BioWare is not the same BioWare anymore. They all of them are gone and have made a new studio. It's just a legacy that sadly might shut down because Veilguard did not sell well, and they are already doing Mass Effect 5, and I have no faith in Mass Effect 5 after Andromeda and Veilguard has failed terribly, so expect them to shut down. And even on the anime side of things, there's some cool content coming out there, and I'm hoping a few of them are some winners over the years, but I have nothing else to say right now, so thank you for having me for tonight.
Absolutely. Now, look, we don't like reporting on the layoffs or the shutdowns or anything. We don't like that because we want the studio to succeed. We want them to. It's like we know you can do a really great game. We know you can, but in the end, the choices that they made, attacking us constantly on all sides, and they wonder why they're $400 million in the hole and all of that. But we don't want to see, because there's a lot of talented devs out there and a lot of talented people in all aspects. We don't want to see them lose their jobs. It's the people who are bashing on us and everything. Those are the people we have the issue with, not the dev who is actually happy to be working on the game. We have no qualms with them. It's just how it's like the PR stunts and everything, all the stuff going on. It breaks our heart that we have to report this. But unfortunately, it happens, ladies and gentlemen, and I highly doubt they're going to learn anything. With that said, though, thank you, Joker, for being part of the panel tonight. Thank you for joining me and helping me steer this
Yep.
very long stream. But hey, we made it work. I'm ready for more stuff to come out. I hope we get better news as the day progresses and everything, and hope for the best. Unfortunately, I am still trying to figure out what the hell is wrong with my DVD player. I'm still trying to figure that out. But I do, if push comes to shove, I get paid next week. So after I pay rent, I'm gonna buy the Blu-ray driver I did see and get that going, and then I'll hook that up and we'll continue our watch party.
All right,
So
okay.
So until then, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to everybody for coming out, spending time with us. Please stay safe. We want to see you all back here alive and everything. But I hope to God you guys have fire insurance and everything, all kinds of insurance. Gather up all your important paperwork. Even if you have to evacuate, I
Get
suggest you
out
just pack.
safe.
Yeah, I
Get out safe.
suggest I suggest you get a bag, put all the paperwork that you have that you might need
Are
for
going to need.
or that you
Make
are going
sure
to
you
need.
have your important stuff, anything that's valuable, from
And
photographs, good memories.
and
Please take that. You don't want to lose that. Yeah. I've
and
seen it
also
happen before.
if you have family members in the area who are not affected by the fire, I highly suggest you make your way over there, probably for the night if need be, and just find
They
a
say it's
desert.
the winds. The winds are the big thing right now. So
Yes, drive carefully through the winds and everything. We love you guys, and we care about you. We do. We
stay
care
safe.
about
Please
you.
stay safe.
We care about you, the audience, and we hope for the best because yes, this fire is very, very weird, but that aside, we care enough to address this. Even though this is all for having fun and gaming and all that, but we like to add some real world stuff here and there, though. We're not going to ignore this thing. No, we're not going to ignore it. We're going to address it. And I feel like we have done it perfectly tonight. With that said, I'm Anime Knight. This is my good friend Silent Joker. Check out everybody in the chat who has been here, and also thank you to everybody on Twitter for keeping this going. I will be back this Saturday for Tomb Raider, more of Tomb Raider 2. It's really heating up, and then episode 98 of actually no, episode 99 of Knights of the Anime Table is this Sunday. A lot is happening, but you take care, guys. We'll see you all soon.